are, of course, able to be changed, right? That's how an action plan works. A plan works. To a lot of out-of-the-box thinking. A lot of the times people are like, why are you doing that? And then I explain all the way I'm thinking, where my mind comes from and where my mind is going. And they're like, okay, that makes sense. Maybe not for them, but it makes sense how I came into that situation. And that's something I think it's good to bring time to time into an organization, a community, a company, whatever the case is. But most importantly, and this is the main thing of who I am as a person, is I think we should inspire and not force. I think the national organization, especially the board, are a servant position. What do I mean by that? It doesn't mean that you guys are going to whip us into place. No, it means that we are here for you guys to ask your questions and to find guidance in us. I don't know if that makes sense. However, the idea is, let's inspire the people in the sections, let's strengthen the sections in a way that you can just follow our example and you can talk to us at all the time. We're here to help you, not to force you to do stuff that you don't want to do. And that also applies, because there was a lot of questions about this point in the Q&A. That also applies a lot into how I would work with my national board. I would, of course, there's a lot of things that people ask, is that part of your portfolio? I would never force someone. I'm coming with a vision. but I'm never forcing that vision into anyone. I need people to buy into the vision, and I'm going to trust your skills to manage and to accomplish that vision. Your vision, my vision, and more importantly, the vision that we create together as a group. And in the end, what does this all lead to? This all leads to the same point. I want to enable my team. In this case, what's my team? The national board, the national organization, and every individual section is still part of my team. Because in the end, that's what builds ESN Germany, not the international, not the DAD. It's every single person that volunteers every day into it. Sorry. So that's what I want to bring. I want to bring strength into these relationships, into these connections. I want to bring this vision of a stronger ESN Germany that works together, that works more rotation, so that more people inside of the network knows about the network itself. That's a big problem that I happened to have when I was in Braunschweig. People will be like, when I joined, mainly, people would be like, yeah, ESN is good. But they only knew of ESN, and these were the team members, they knew of ESN as Erasmus South Network, which is not great, because there's a bigger place where you can sell, in ESN Germany, for example. But the most important thing is, and I found this quote by Simone Biles. She's a gymnast, an incredible gymnast from the US. I think this really is the core concept of what I believe in, of what I believe I am as a person. And that is, I want everyone in my team to be able to say this, and to believe this and trust this. I want them to follow my example, not because I'm the president, not because they must, but because they want to. And how do you make that? They must have fun. I want to bring fun back into ESN. I want to avoid the burnout that every single member in this place has felt at some point. I want to stop the toxic relationship that is ESN, at least it was for me. I don't know how many of you have had this problem that you go to an event, it sucks, and then, no, I'm leaving ESN for the rest of my life. And then you come back 2 minutes later with a tail between your legs, and I'm like, okay, I miss it. I want to find ways for people to feel better about those situations, and to feel back, to come back stronger, and to make the damage a little bit less. I want to burn the burnout. So yeah, what's the quote? Always work hard and have fun in what you do, because I think that's when you're more successful. You have to choose to do it. So yeah, my option, the thing I'm bringing to you is I want to change ESN Germany, but I want to do it together with you. Every single one of you, not only me, not only the board. I want every section, I want every volunteer to feel part of ESN Germany. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, go to the Q&A.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now the second applicant will present themselves. I also want to remind you again to maybe postpone the chatting for the break and really pay attention for the presentation.
Already next slide. Starting now, quickly.
When you're ready.
Good morning. Hello, hello.
We don't miss it down. Yeah. Just take a quick seat and we will start as soon as everyone is seated.
Good morning. Thank you to give me the chance to present you today now my application for the President of ESN Germany for the upcoming mandate. I'm Philip, and I just want to briefly introduce myself. So what should you know about me? I'm currently a master's student in biochemistry and doing my master thesis with this lovely protein on the side. I went to Vienna, which was my Erasmus destination. Yeah, really nice that our student friends are here. And after this, I came back to Berlin and co-founded with an amazing team in Berlin and was there the president for 1.5 years. And after this, last year, I joined the liaison office to support Teresa. I'm also part of the German Pool of Trainers, and I'm also a member of the International Committee of Education of ESN, also known as ICE. And most important, I'm really passionate about ESN, Erasmus+, mobility programs, internationalization, and education. And I hope you all read the CV, but I was really fortunate to present the student perspective, this perspective of ESN on different occasions, such as panel discussions or conferences. And often together with a bunch of ESNers, and still had fun and a great time, but still presenting ESN and our vision and mission. But what are my plans? So what I'm trying to do is, of course, focusing on leadership and the collaboration inside of the board. And first things first, for me, teamwork makes the dream work. So I really like to focus on the internal board structure, as well as a strong connection within the national level, but also then a connection between the national and the local level. I would like to do this. In the end, I would love to have a board kickoff weekend so we get to know each other. I would like to have alternating chair of the NB meetings so we can also separate on the workload in the end of only one NB member who's taking care of the meeting. I would like to have feedback sessions for the NB as well as for the national level and bring back more national level calls. Of course, calls, we have already a bunch of them, but I would love to have like a healthy relationship with them, and I would like to professionalize and help people to train themselves and also go and exchange with the other NOs in the same position. Strategy. You read it in my motivation letter. So we are one of the biggest NOs and currently have no clear vision where we want to go. And I think this is super important for the size of us, so that one board assemble all the information ideas of years in Germany and then put it in a strategy for the next 3 years or maybe even longer. And how I would like to do is I would like to co-create, of course, this strategy. I would like to include the ESN survey findings, section questionnaire, volunteering report, as well the input from you. And this is, as I said, really important for me. So there will be consultation calls, but I think in the end it will help the future generation of ears in Germany. As I said also in my motivation letter, I would like to evaluate with the international coordinator the idea of a secretary. So a secretary is basically people who get paid to help the NB to reduce the workload, most focusing on administrative stuff. And with the liaison office, I would like to work on an advocacy strategy. So what are the important stakeholders, how we would like to get engaged with the European University Alliance, and also how should be our connection to the DAAD. And when I started in ESN, advocacy was really strange for me. I didn't get a clue what it is, and maybe after 1 year, I kind of get an idea. So I just want to explain you with this concept of the advocacy cycle, what it is. So in the beginning, we have the problem. In ESN in Germany, we have a problem with credit recognition, for example. So we see that we have a problem, we try to do an assessment, we assemble information, and then we plan our action. And with this action, we go to the next part, to advocacy, and talk to the decision makers, to the university, to the DAAD, and try to influence them to say, hey, credit recognition is a problem, so we should really, really focus on this, and you should do this and this and this to make it better for the students, for the next generation. And of course, you can do this alone, but this takes even more time, it's even more harder. So I would like to increase the visibility of EASE in Germany, in the end to strengthen international network and enhance our advocacy potential for Erasmus+ and also for international students. For this, of course, maintain the DAAD partnership is our most important partner. I would like to professionalize in a way the partnership because they have different ideas where we can still give our input, and I would like to expand the collaboration with Back to School and Europa macht Schule, where students go into school and explain about internationalization and going on mobility, and this is where people get already the first idea how nice mobility is. And I would like to start a deeper collaboration with a few of the organizations who are also focusing on similar topics. The German Student Union, the National Youth Council, the Young European Federalists, and BAS. It's an organization for foreigner students. But probably you're asking yourself, okay, really cool, you have nice organizations there, but what are the benefits for the local sections? In my opinion, one thing is access to information and also early access to information. One concrete example is I went with the National Budget Coordinator Arian last year to a conference from the DAAD for the student initiatives for Belay, Back to School, and Europa macht Schule. And there I met Miriam Palm. Probably you know her because we sent the LAI application to her. And she told us, hey, there will be some changes in LAI application. And I also told us the MB, And then after 2 months, I met Stefan Geifers, the head of the DAAD, during spring break, and I had the chance to talk to him about this topic and asking him questions why it has to change. And through this, I hope you understand why it's important to get this information earlier so you can prepare yourself. It's also a chance to have a greater reach for surveys, for example, from ESN International, such as the ESN Survey 16. So the organization know us already and know you. So and if you approach the organizations, they're like, hey, we know ESN from our national organization, so we send it to our students. There will be, in my opinion, of facilitation opportunities. There's an international conference organized by the German Student Union, German Student Union. And I think we should go there and present how we welcome international students and what we are doing to welcome them and what is important. And last but not least, also learn from each other. A best example is the VDSI. So we have other student organizations who face similar problems, and together, hopefully, we can solve them. Last but not least, there are old and new challenges which I like to tackle together with in Germany and ES International. There is discussion on the next Erasmus Plus cycle, as well as the financial framework. I told you this together with the liaison office during the network and update calls. We sent you emails. We had elections in Germany, so we have a new ministry. That also means new people and also a new title. So now it's Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. And we have to look where Erasmus Plus is then represented in the end. We have national budget cuts discussions for higher education in many of the states in Germany. And I think this will affect also the work of staff members in the university, and maybe then in the future also the support for international students. And from the European Commission, discussions on a European degree and a union of skills. And together with ES International, we have to work on this. And I hope in the end that we can make mobility better together. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation as well. And now we will have the Q&A for the presidents. While I Q&A, I want to remind you again, like I said, I will do it before, I will do it before every single Q&A. To be kind, ask precise and concise questions, and check what questions have been already asked on the GA app. It is. Please scan the QR code and submit your questions. Unfortunately, we don't have a microphone to pass around here, so remember to write. You do? This one?
It works, it works.
Okay, we will try with this microphone, but still write down full questions, as always. Who can? What? Victoria, do you maybe want to pass on the microphone? No, I was up it up. Or like that. Okay.
Can you hear me? Test. Check. Check. Check.
Okay, maybe go a bit further from the mic.
Check. Yes, it's Munich or a mistake. So, as being a local.
Wait, sorry, I don't know what's happening right now. I was just asking Victoria to pass on the mic, actually. But that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you move behind the? Please move behind the seats. For the yeah.
Alright. As Erasmus, yes, as Erasmus, as EFN membership is likely being a local Erasmus initiative, is there a strategy or at least something that I don't get it that is thinking about making this easier for prospective sessions.
Also read it here again.
So, sadly, I believe that's a place where I need to improve my knowledge, especially the process to get the LEI's membership status. However, part of what I was saying is how important it is to have the different sections recognized by the DAD and, more importantly as well, the individual universities. So that's a place where I really need to research more. However, that's something I promise I will do because it's important.
Philip, liaison officer of Eastern Germany. Thank you, Jaime, for taking, because I had to think about. If I'm correct, I think you don't have to be a LAI to be part of Eastern Germany, because the LAI just helps you to get funding in the end, and to help sections to get a LAI. I mean, of course, we can take a look. I guess there the treasurer would be maybe better, or maybe it's also in the treasurer guide from the AV, just to go through the LAI application and to help you. I think in the end, it's like you need some 7 people or something like this, and then you apply with your ideas of project. And I think there is the best place to get some ideas for projects, or like events, not projects. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer.
To answer your question, can you give it to her, please?
Oh, yeah, the next one is me.
Okay. One question by Luis to Jaime. Where's Luis?
Good morning. Who needs energizers?
I think the seats are really bad for passing the mic.
So wenn wir uns bei hätte, dann schon was mit
Yeah. Careful, I open them.
Qualifying about the online education. Can you explain a bit better if your idea is to have a full 3 or 2 days online MBA, like we get in prototypes, or is it more like just a 2 hours call? I mean, like the student management office, at the moment, where will be some shorter idea text, maybe some calls, some proposals, and possibly even get online able to take the network that call that one which then will get the rate of the extra time president or other position for the trainers.
Okay, so for the second part of the question, I would need a second to think. So I'm just going to answer the first part. How I envision the online NA is to supplement the physical NAs in a way and to make them relatively flexible in how they are going to be constructed. I do not think replacing a physical NA with an online NA or replacing the network calls would be something necessary or something that would be a positive outcome. However, I do believe
Do you still consider it essential to hold 3 national assemblies each year, or do you believe it would be more beneficial for the community spirit of Eastern Germany to replace one of the national social training events, focus on bonding and capacity building?
Philip, liaison officer in Germany. Thank you for the question. In my opinion, it's still essential to have 3 NAs because first one, you really, as an NB, don't have the chance to, I think, propose something as you're so fresh in the position. And then actually in the second NA, you get the chance the first to propose maybe some status change or something else. But then you already have to present the role to maybe possible applicants. But what I see is maybe depending on what the event manager also see and the other board members, to use the space that maybe Run Rhapsody gave us. So we don't have now a summer event, to do then some kind of a bonding event or capacity building event for Eastern Germany.
So first of all, thank you for the question as well. I'm gonna be honest, this is the kind of thing that I like the most about the idea of the presidency and the Q&A and that kind of stuff. Because yesterday, like I said, I was talking to Torben about this, literally this exact same topic. And I think it's very funny how there's so many different ideas and how many different solutions. However, we all agree that there's something that needs to be changed. Is this something I would be open to? Yes. However, I would also need to check the situation as a whole, like what repercussions this change would have, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. Because the moment that you implement a solution, it's also going to take time for everyone to get used to it. And I would not like to take a solution or make a decision without the fundament and without making it open also to the network, of course. At the same time, I believe this is a very good idea and that it also works pretty well with my idea for the online NAs. At the same time, I do believe only having two physical statutory meetings a year, I think the space between is a little bit too much. It will be something like every 6 months and
Last
sentence. And I would agree with what Philip said with the amount, how the meetings, the NAs work. It would be just not enough flexibility with only having two physical meetings. Something would be done.
Does this answer your question?
Yeah.
Next question is by Matthias. Can maybe the people that ask questions raise their hands? So, you have it already. No. It's on now.
Lower the volume. What was it? Is it better now? So my question is, so the president is kind of a key role in achieving mission values. So how do you interpret your role as national president on national organization of the network related to the mission, vision, and values of ESN as a network?
Fine.
60 seconds, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, come on, man. I know it's a question that is good to be done. So, I believe that the role of the president is first of all, a leadership position. Yes. And we have in our portfolios, we have four very specific portfolios. However, I also think the portfolio number 4 includes a lot of the responsibilities from the other side, from the other positions. So I do believe a support position is the best way I could describe it. I don't know if it's worth, but I think of it like a shepherd, like a conduit of the values of ESN, and to direct them into the vision that each president has, together with the national board. I think you can quote me on the exact wording of the portfolio, but I believe the portfolio 4 is pretty much make sure that the national board works. And part of that is having them knowing that they have someone they can talk to and that can help them towards their vision. And that's, I believe, the position of the president.
That's answer. Oh, sorry. That was my fault.
Philip, liaison officer of ESN Germany. I would interpret, so if I see the new mission and vision of ESN International, I think there are like clear missions and visions for the different portfolios of the NB. So I think, from my perspective, I would focus on the priorities or strategic priorities who fit more into my portfolio, and try to motivate the other, or in the discussion and the communication to motivate the other MB members also to follow the missions ESN International set, but also depending then on the strategy of ESN Germany. So it should be aligned in the end. And I think the whole NB or the whole network in the end, so the whole ESN Germany should work for the values for ESN.
That sounds perfect. The next question by Saurabh.
Thanks. I would like to ask how do you bring the digestion to the SO? Because what's your thinking on will your strategic planning be aligned with the East International Speaker strategic task?
Philip, liaison officer. So from my perspective, I would like to evaluate the changes of the NB structure, as well as talking to the whole NB, as well as the communication manager. So we have the chance in the statutes to assign an IT manager, for example. So this is something I think we should discuss, also related to the strategy of ESN International. And I really hope that the IT community of ESN Germany is capable of maybe have one or two national coordinators who help then the communication manager in the end on this topic.
So coming from the IT background in the end, that's the answer. I really believe not only is in Germany, but Germany as a whole is in dire need of digitalization. But I also think we need to give more help to the individual sections on how that digitalization should be done. That's why I was really appreciative of how the presentation of yesterday went. It was not very technical itself, but it was a little bit more open to the public. And I think that's something that we need to work on. However, I must be honest, I do not have complete knowledge of the IT plan from ESN Germany, ESN International. I have had my difference of opinions with the ESN International infrastructure, especially my fiery hatred for Drupal. I hate that. However, I don't like Drupal. It made me have nightmares for months. However, at the same time, I do know the advantages of Drupal, and with the further development of Drupal, I could befriend myself again with.
Sentence?
Thank you.
It's a good last sentence. Did this answer your question? Did this answer your question? Okay. Victoria. Wait. Now. Now.
Communication, the priority, because people mentioned also internal within that, but this is also partly involved of other elements. So do you think that the external stakeholder cooperation is the priority?
Where's the question from? Where's the microphone? Oh, yes, I definitely think so. That's, yes, in general, yes, I believe communication with the stakeholders is important for the vitality of the network in general. Be it the AED, being the other sections of the German government, other initiatives. Yes, I do believe it should be one priority of the president's work. That's a pretty easy answer. It's also it's the main portfolio of the president. However, I do think it should not be the only priority of the president. I think being a president that's flexible enough to know that you also have people under you, not only above you, And that also shows a backbone towards the stakeholders. It's not only follow what they tell us, but also defend the interests of the national organization. It's also very important. So just to summarize, yes, I believe so. However, I think communication goes both ways and not only follow their orders.
Philip, liaison officer. Yes, I think it should be a priority, and it is a priority of the president. What I think is that it should be then also divided within the liaison office. So to see where also the liaison office maybe can take of some specific stakeholders. Teresa did this, for example. So she asked me or other LOs to go maybe on a conference. And so I think I would try to do this as well. So to encourage and motivate the LOs to also go to conferences and then talk to stakeholders and have for a brief discussion on the topic, on questions, how to engage with stakeholders, and etc. pp. Yes.
Did this answer your question? Next question by Louis. Oh. No.
Small companies, what do you think your biggest challenges because digital risks, and how would you try to overcome
them? For the liaison officer, I think one of the biggest challenges could be that you have so many fires. Where's the question? Oh, thank you. That you have so many fires which you have to take care of that you cannot really focus on your portfolio. So I think time management, communication, also with the national coordinators is really important as well with the national level, then the NB, and also maybe then in the end to the local level. So firstly to the president's community from my point of view.
Can I ask for clarification first?
Sure.
Do you mean personally or from the position itself? From the position itself. Okay. I believe. So this comes back to the question about digitalization. I really believe Germany and the upcoming generation is a very changing generation. I think there's going to be a lot of clash of cultures, not only from the different countries, but also how everyone grew up and how their ideas of everything should be done. And I think the balancing of those opinions, cultures, and managing, literally surviving that change, that evolution of the network is something that is going to be the biggest challenge for the present position.
Did this answer your question? The next one. Okay. Sorry? Perfect.
So about in this presentation. So you shared that we want to work closely, even more closer together with the NOs, with other NOs, and specifically mentioned only our Western neighbors. So NRC of the East, being our Eastern neighbors actually.
I definitely understand where the confusion is coming from. I definitely did not intend to make any insult or affirmation that it would mean that way. However, I do believe the best relationships at the moment, or the existing relationships that we have, are with the Western neighbors. However, it's definitely a good idea to start talking with in any direction. It doesn't have to be west; it can be north, south, whatever. Unless you mean blogs, but that's not a political topic. But yeah, what I meant is yes. What I meant exactly in my presentation is that I want to strengthen what we have and then create new things. But first, we need to strengthen what we already have so that we don't have a case of friends. For example, if I ask every person here, how many of you know what your sister section in France is? Raise your hand. So I would say less than half. I think that should be improved.
Does that answer your question? Can't remember which now goes next. Okay. Next question by Luis.
Yes. Yeah, but Luis, it's Luis Manuel.
What?
Luis is so it's possible to investments. How would you encourage support the local sections into organizing more Erasmus in schools initiatives, like for example, bring the Euroway in May?
Philip, liaison officer, thank you for the question. The thing is that, if I remember correct, for Erasmus in school, you have to apply, or at least, apply for this type of initiative already in autumn. So we have to start already in autumn. We did this, so we asked Back to School and Erasmus in School to join our NA. They had a presentation there. So I think this type of collaboration could work, and then as well send the information from the DAAD also to the sections and encourage them to send it then again to the international students so they know about this project, and hopefully if they stay for 1 year or 1 semester they also join this initiative. Another thing is then of course communication even before the European Week or European Day with the communication manager to make aware of this day, and also that maybe the sections can think about a collaboration with the international office, because often they have something in mind which they want to plan, and there also we can support you in the end to work closer with your IRO.
Thank you for the question. So I think one of the best solutions for this kind of situation is furthering the knowledge of what it is. And the more people know about these kind of things, the more people are just going to want to do it. And then the next part of that, the second step of that is facilitating that, being by better communications with the IROs and stuff like that. So I think the first step would be make sure that all the sections have all the information that they can have available, and also in a way that it can also be passed to the rest of their members. Because it's good if a president knows, then a president goes to a team meeting and then it goes like, oh yeah, we have this thing. And then everyone's just sleeping in the team meeting and nobody learns anything about it. So if we need to find a way to make this knowledge transfer easily, be more easily done, and then go to the next step, that is facilitating the work with the IROs. I hope that answers the question. Thank you for that.
Did this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? Okay. Next question by Matthias. Sorry?
In the online meeting, I already asked about carbon. So in the online meeting, we asked about how the reduction of the density in the agenda helps the organizing community on organizing an NA. And I found an answer that did not suffice, or it didn't make sense in a so we should elaborate the demos.
Of course. Since you made your question, I took upon myself to try to figure out exactly if my initial assessment was correct. So after that, I talked to the OC of this NA, as well as the OC from the Göttingen NA and the Hanover NA. And of course, then I looked into the documentation for my own NA, where I was part of the OC, but I was part of the food instead of the rooming. And every one of them, including the documentation for my own section, said the same thing, that the most complicated thing to organize was the room situation. So lessening the requirements for DNAs, for the rooms of DNAs, I think would be beneficial. Do you have further questions at the moment?
Do you have a comment?
Follow up.
Procedural? Name and section?
Sounds like this could be to
Having private.
in private, not right. Okay,
I can also make the comment that remember that I did put in the QR code the school sheet where I'm putting every update. So if anyone wants to know what I'm going to discuss with Matthias, you can look at it. I'm going to update it. And Matthias, you can make a comment if I missed something on the conversation that we're going to have. I hope that's enough.
So, you're okay?
Maybe I didn't really place it correctly.
Okay. No, the microphone is on the other end. The microphone is on the other end of the cable.
What's falling down? That's it.
Slack sheets related to your portfolios, assuming that the other positions will also be filled. It's presented for another portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question, especially because of how of a new thing this would kind of be. Part of the portfolio from the president is to represent and extend the values from ESN. And one of the causes from ESN is the learning of skills and pretty much preparation for the life after the network. So for jobs and stuff. And I do believe this is a representation of it. However, it is something that is done in cooperation with everyone else. It's not only part of my portfolio, it's part of everyone's portfolio in the NB. If your question is directly, how is that part of my portfolio? It's an extension of it's a representation of the core values of ESN. It's part of the causes, in my opinion.
Okay, did this answer the question?
Not really.
Was this a yes or a no? Can you give me a sign like a nod or shake your head? Yes? Okay. Okay, the next question by Christian.
What do you think is the importance of only one for our main stakeholders, the exchange students and the, of course, also the potential exchange students?
Okay, Philip.
Philip Liaison Office. Can you name again the portfolio one? Like, what is the title? Standardization. Okay. So Philip Liaison Office. I don't get really the question, but I mean, when you think about external, I mean, our vision and mission is to enhance mobility and make mobility possible for all, so students helping students, and then in the end have in 2031 like 3 million people of the Erasmus generation who are society. And of course, with our main stakeholders, we would like to work on the potential of exchange students who are coming back and also going out to fulfill this mission in the end, our mission in the end. So this would be my answer.
Thank you for the question. I would agree with what Philip said. I would also like to add that this portfolio pretty much guarantees ESN. Like, if you don't have good relationship with the stakeholders, then there's no funding, there's no ESN. And in the end, like you said, the main stakeholders for ESN is portfolio value. What I am going towards this is something that I forgot. No, I remember. So Yeah, I do believe, I agree completely with what Philip said. However, I do believe the influence of Portfolio One on the external and international exchange students is more of an indirect influence. I think it's important to keep connections with our external stakeholders just so that ESN can keep going, and also to enhance their mobility experience, being by improving the ways, improving the situation in general, improving the grants, and the whole environment for the exchange itself is something that gets influenced by ESN, I think.
I hope that's answered your question.
Or maybe the other.
Yeah.
The other problem.
Where's the mic?
Ja, I would say my in the upstairs, this question. Oh.
Can you repeat the name and section, please?
Binary question. This is a procedural questions because.
Yes, I was about to before. Yeah, good. Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list closed. Also, the next question is by Saurabh, but it's not related to the president's portfolios, so I will not allow this question. Procedure, Marco?
President of National Board. However, the IT manager position and half description will be for the communication manager. Therefore, I would also say that we can skip it.
No.
And I would like to say that we can all read the task description before asking questions. Thank you.
Name section.
Our president's role, like the liaison office in our mandate, went for the conference as well in a panel discussion. So it is related to the liaison office, which is under the president role. So it is eventually directly or indirectly observed. So it makes sense.
I think I have an answer that may
Okay. I will allow this question. Start name and section, please.
And the stakeholders of the lead our paper online learning agreements and European Guidance Sharing Program.
So what I think is what you're asking is how are we replacing the position of IT manager? And the answer is we're not. Yes. No, the thing is you're asking something that is part of the portfolio that IT manager currently manages.
How you will work with the stakeholders, PRRA. That's your portfolio, you work with PRRA.
Okay,
so
thanks for that.
But I would need to finish my answer before I get interrupted. So, because it's a train of thought. Now I need to find the train of thought again. Give me a second. So what you're pretty much asking is, usually we would have an IT manager to talk this kind of situations with the DAD, with external stakeholders, right? And now the president is pretty much taking over the situation. No. Okay, then I do not understand the question.
I'm sorry, I will not allow any more comments on this.
We can talk about it later and then put it on the sheet.
Feel free to reach out in the break. Philip can still answer.
Okay.
Philip, liaison office. So I think, as I said in the beginning, like a previous question, there will be discussions how the IT portfolio should be implemented in the end in the board. I think what we can still do as the LO or with the LO to work towards this topic, because for those who don't know, inside of the EWP, so Erasmus Without Papers, there's also the online learning agreement, a big topic which is not working, but really important when you think about credit recognition. So this is something as what DLO and the president together can focus on. Yeah.
Thank you for your answers. Matthias, since this is more than your second question per person, I will also not allow this question. The next question is by Lena. Perfect.
So, hello, my name is Lena. Lena, I'm here on behalf of the International Communication Committee, and I would like both of you to ask this question of collaboration in the different countries. I know we clarified this question before this one, but still, you mentioned your Western partners and also like Eastern partners, but I want to focus on the Central European countries. Because right now, in the past year, there was several cooperation between the sections themselves. It was very successful. We have a group on social media. So I would like to know if you are planning to collaborate also on the national level, not only between the sections themselves.
Both?
Both.
Philip Biazonfus. In my motivation letter, I put this down that I think we should, of course, focusing on already collaborations with the other NOs we already have, so Belgium, Netherlands, and France. But I think what is really important to also focus on Poland, Czech, Austria, Switzerland, and Denmark. What I see would also be discussed with the VP for development and the RCs, that it's maybe possible in the end to have kind of like a joint LP maybe or something different. So if we have an event closer to the border, then invite them together, which I think is super important as we are in a position with so many neighbors. And for now, we only focusing to the west, which of course, because of the history makes sense. But I think we should increase our potential, but still have to look on our capacity if we are able to do this. As I said, in connection, in communication with the RCs, I would happy to have some kind of collaboration.
Hi, thank you for the question. So the thing is, when I answered the question with the Western and Eastern neighbors, I mainly meant neighboring countries. Like that's why I meant North, South, whatever. I definitely can be understood as I meant more Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and not really including Central Europe. And like you said, there's already the basis for a relationship. So it's easier to continue building a relationship based on successful events than to building from something new. So to answer your question, yes, I think that's a good basis to start a better relationship. And to improve the collaboration. Am I getting dumb?
Sorry, is this a comment? Name and section?
It will help out with small section or in this collaboration on a national level to promote them and to inspire the others.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I mean, yes. Yeah, I went too far into answering the question and then I forgot to answer your actual question. Yeah, supporting that's the whole basis of what I'm trying to do, just to help the smaller sections to get stronger. Being by helping them in already existing collaborations and in events that they already happened and were successful, and then building upon them, and then that way making them strong. Sorry if I completely mistook, I missed the tree for the whole forest. So yes, I'm sorry for that. However, I do hope this ad actually answers the question.
The next question by Anastasia. Wait.
So my question.
Name and section.
Anastasia from International. Regardless of the outcome, do you plan on working together, maybe putting both your ideas together, or do you see more of a position situation going on?
Yes. Jaime and Philip.
Yeah. Berlin, Braunschweig.
Yes.
We actually talked about this before the presentation, this exact question. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Question answered? Next question by Christian.
Follow up to the question of work. How much time do you think portfolio one takes up for sheet data? And again, you mentioned portfolio one is external representation in institutional partners.
Philip, in his office. What I know is there are a few conferences which take place, which is really important to attend as the president of EASN Germany. For example, the DAAD General Assembly in September. And then it's depending on other conferences who came up and also invitations to EASN Germany. Most of the time, Portfolio 1 takes a lot of time as you travel to the destination, you prepare for maybe the conference as well, the discussion, and then you travel back and you have to stay over there. So a lot of time, but I hope to divide the amount of work and working hours with the LO. So as I said before, sending and giving the opportunities also to other people to attend these conferences, and also depending on the challenges. What was the question before? So how many fires we have to take care of.
You can correct me, but Jaime is on Braunschweig. Thank you for the question. You can correct me, but the portfolio 1 is institutional partners, while portfolio 2 is pretty much ESN, right?
Portfolio 2 is
correct. Okay, so how much time do I think portfolio 1 should take? The thing about this is it's a little bit more complicated because you have the support from the liaison office for exactly this option. How much time the president itself should take up on that, it's also very difficult to analyze before becoming the president, because I do not know exactly, like, I know how more or less it is by talking to this board, by talking to prior boards and the like. However, it is very difficult to know what the situation I'm getting into, especially with a new government and that kind of situation. It changes a lot. And before I can give you this answer, I need to learn more. I cannot give you the answer. I do think it's one of the priorities of the job as a president. I mean, you can look at it as happy wife, happy life.
No.
But I cannot give you a correct answer right now, because at the moment there is no correct answer.
Does that answer your question? One more question by Elena. You have to. Okay.
Hi. As currently as an officer, I would like to ask what your opportunity is an officer for the upcoming mandate. What do you think the biggest part of that should be worked on? Like, for example, this young athletes and surgery. Thank you for your applications to develop.
So my plan for the liaison office is to pretty much continue the work that it did this time around. I mean, that's pretty much it. What projects do you think are the most important ones for the LO to work? I would just leave that up to the LO. I would like to find out what they're passionate about, which part of their portfolio they are passionate about, which projects they want to work the most on, and then work together to find a compromise and find the balance between what the president should do and what the LO should do. So I think that's a question more upon the LO than to myself. I just want the LO to be able to develop themselves what they really want to be.
Philip, liaison officer. What I would like to focus on our plan is that in the LO, to focus more on the portfolios we defined, so that we kind of try to use the new structure we thought about. And projects are definitely the Home 2 survey, so a survey about housing for international students, as well as hopefully then the ESN survey results. So hopefully we get the data even sooner than last time. And then reaching out to other organizations and see how we can help. As well, there's, as I mentioned, a plan for an internationalization conference. I would be happy if one of the liaison officer helping as part of the OC, and then also we have the chance to better facilitate a session or 2 sessions at this conference, and also presenting, of course, the ESN survey data.
Does that answer your question? Perfect. Thank you very much for all of the questions. Make sure to read the appreciations after.
Yeah.
Yes. The slideshow, right? We have a break now. Please be back 11:15 and be on time. Sorry.
This is totally not within my portfolio, but I really gotta say I'm severely disappointed by our NO right now. I think this is such a disgusting behavior that is shown here. There are people running around. There are people doing their makeup. There are people on their phone, and I don't mean texting, talking on the phone, having phone calls, where 2 people are standing in front here and applying to be the president of our NO. Like, seriously, if you don't want to be here, go out. You are here as volunteers, and the core of that is you are here voluntarily. So please, respect the people who put effort in standing here and want to change something in our association. Because this is really disrupting the flow of the agenda, and it is so unfair to the people who are putting effort. That's all.
Thank you very much, Levi. Please be back on time, 11:15.
Not all time on your time.
The new time.
One more to answer. We go all the time. We will cover time, but short.
Okay, the first question by Gina. For Gina, there. Yeah, go.
Wondering how realize relatively more our technology in implementing such a big need.
Thank you so much for your question. So there are a lot of different international opportunities. Educate is one of them. However, Educate is currently being redesigned, so to say. They presented last week the endorsement document, which we in the Educate had to give feedback on, which basically means that you no longer need to actually do Educate to be an Educate pool of trainers. However, it's still in progress. This is why, I mean, of course, we can encourage you to take part in Educate, but since it's happening only once a year, which is going to be like next year, the next one, I believe that there will be some changes. But there are other training opportunities, like going to study session in Budapest, which is happening next week. There are local change makers opportunities. There are the mini grants that are part of the big projects as well. There is the Speak Up project. So I believe that the network should know about the training opportunities that you have. We're providing you not only the emails that you send, that are being sent, but also to give an overview of what are the opportunities that you can apply and what are the requirements for it. And by this also showing the value why you should do this, why you should join this training and what benefit it will give you.
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for this question. I totally agree with Catherine that we need like not only emails, but also like accessible overview about all the training opportunities. This is actually why I mentioned the Train the Trainer, National Train the Trainer weekend, because I believe it could inspire people to also apply for Educate, because it's a bit like it would be a weekend. It is more low key than applying for Educate, because there you are going to apply for 5 training days. It's a starter, and I think the forward is 8 training days. And that's 2 full weeks, which might be kind of shocking or like might fear people back to not apply. And like if they start doing trainings on a national level, maybe that inspire them more to also apply for Educate opportunities or other national, international training opportunities.
Did this answer the question? A question by Sarah.
Thanks for the English topic. What would be my questions regarding the online then? You wrote that it's really good and that's really good idea. I would like to know like if you have any strategy or that like maybe content like small contents, as we know this generation is mostly on the reels and shorts. So working with the PR, being communication manager and making it awareness, you know, in a better way and making them understand about the things and giving awareness, you know, eventually on the digitalization, like this is online focus. What do you know about that?
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for those questions. I believe online sessions or webinars are absolutely important, because this way we can meet training needs faster. I do think, however, our trainer pool also needs sessions on how to do facilitated webinars, because it is way different. In the beginning of May, I had my first webinar and was supported by somebody else more experienced in the trainer pool. And it was a great experience, and it was able that we could schedule a fast appointment and they could get the training need they had fast. So I would also like to do, in case I'm not able to secure a grant, I would like to, for like a Train the Trainer weekend, I would like to do webinars for the trainers. For reels or shorts, I do not believe that you can learn how to facilitate a session with a reel, because it's way too short. However, you could do inputs on like methods, for example, but it would need to be also further discussed, I think.
Thank you so much for your question. So definitely the non-formal education in format of online sessions and smaller videos is very valuable, because even at my workplace, we do have now this 5 minutes. There's a platform where you like have 5 minutes and then it gives you the overview of the topic. I don't really think we should implement it for trainers to train trainers, but this could be implemented for some specific topics related to self-development, related to like mental health, or just, you know, like some small tips or reminders that we forget about for just our own health, mental health being, so to say. Yes, I'm not sure if it would be in the format of Reels, or it should be published in our social channels. It could be offered to the network, but we need to find a platform where it could be offered, and also to talk to the communication manager and the PR team, because yes, we do have now a person who's responsible for Reels, but it's like for this mandate, and I don't know what's going to happen next mandate. So in case they have capacity and they would like to support in this, yes, definitely. But I also believe that we need to get the needs assessment and the feedback from volunteers themselves, if they like the format and what kind of topics they would like to be covered then.
Does this answer the question?
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Sorry, again.
Related to that, typically in the national level of human resources, what I'm related to followers, task groups and suggested part of the national member. I didn't hear about this position in any of the presentations, so I wanted to ask you how you would imagine the role of the position.
Yes. So there is a suggested portfolio for the HR manager as a coordinator of VP for development. From my perspective, for the HR, it would be important to focus mainly on the, well, of course, human resources topic, which is related to the health and well-being and to this creation of this healthy and team oriented workflow. Which means that the HR manager, at least from my point of view, would be mainly responsible for doing the check-ins within the national level, to provide the opportunities to give the feedback, to assess this feedback, to see how and where we can improve from the perspective of the sustainability and the efficiency of how the team and the national level is structured. So I would say that the HR manager would mainly focus on the national level and national coordinators and everyone who's involved in that, but also assessing, for example, the quality assurance and see how it is within the sections. Are there trends? Are there patterns? Is there anything that we can do as a national board in order to improve the situation within the sections?
Now, Elise and Braunschweig, thank you very much for these questions. I imagine the role of an HR manager as well, also like helping me in carrying out portfolio 9. I would like to also meet that person. Like, I mean, like there's going to be an open call, but I would also like to get their feedback on how they imagine their role. But as mentioned, I think that the HR manager should be responsible, like should help and be responsible for the well-being of the national level. And we should look together for opportunities that don't put too much workload on others, because like additional calls can cause more stress, because like we all have, like especially local boards have super many calls, and the national coordinators probably have too. So I would focus on, together with the HR manager, implementing small changes that don't put too much workload on others. Did that answer your question?
Doing this center. What do you think for candidates? So do you think the biggest challenges as vice president for development would be? How would you overcome them?
Lena is in Braunschweig. I believe one of the biggest challenges that it's the first time ever we're having this position. So the biggest challenge will be also figuring out how to work on those portfolios, because some also would need strong cooperation with the vice president of governance, especially, for example, section care is like in portfolio of the vice president of governance, but like being responsible, like the RCs would be in portfolio 11, and the RCs would be probably the first ones who would realize that a section is struggling. So how I would overcome this challenge, I would actively put myself to like times where I reflect on how am I doing, also ask for feedback from the national coordinators I would be working with, as well as the RCs, and also national level in general, if they feel like what I'm doing is helpful or if it caused them more stress.
Do I need to say Catherine and B or Catherine is and Berlin?
Both.
Okay, Catherine and B. Thank you so much for the question. So I totally agree with Lene regarding that it's a new position and it's a challenge by itself because, you know, not like it's not clear exactly, okay, how it's going to go, what is going to be the outcome, because also the Vice President for Development at the international level has a little bit of different portfolio than what we have in the Germany right now. So I would say that the biggest challenge is, yes, how to kick off exactly and how to meet the expectations and needs of the network, and how I would overcome it. I would do the needs assessment. It's my favorite word, needs assessment, because needs assessment and expectations is something what shows what do people expect from you, what do you expect from people, and how you can collaborate and how you can make this work out together as a team.
Did this answer your question? Comment? Name and section?
So since you said that the biggest challenge is basically knowing how to properly separate both vice presidencies, would you maybe consider asking all the national AOs like the ES in Spain, they will be for 1 year with these new positions, or maybe these internationals, just to get some ideas and some feedback how it's looking like.
Did this answer the question already? Or do you want to speak?
Thank you.
Do you have more to say?
Yes. Yes, great.
Okay. Next question, Benjamin. Covered? Good. Next question by Teresa.
Yes, this is the Vice President of Development is here to be position with lots of visibility towards the network, and we're going to meet the contact a lot of people, starting with the rest of the national level, the RC, the German Pool of Trainers, so it's really, how can I say, very communicative and social kind of role. So how would you define your communication style in this regard, and what kind of communication soft skills can you provide, including communication, but also serving as a bridge between RC's national level and national board by giving feedback?
Okay, I'll start, and then we'll see how my train of thought will go. I always say that communication is a key, which absolutely is. So regarding the communication style, as I understood from your question, then it would depend on who I'm approaching. But of course, if we're talking about, approaching sections and everything, it's very important to be transparent, to be approachable, and to ensure that you're at a safe space and that you create a safe environment where sections and volunteers are not afraid of giving what they actually think, and that they're invited to speak up and they're invited to provide a feedback. So what skills I could provide towards this task? I mean, since I've been doing communication for many years, and I also give workshops on effective communication. It's about the effective communication. It's about constructive feedback giving. It's about expectations and boundary setting. And it's about just being open to the ideas and giving this same feeling to the others that you are open to receive these ideas. I hope it answers the question.
Ina is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for this question. As already mentioned, I think it's important to be approachable, but also it is important to be flexible in the communication style based on the needs of the people I'm working with, especially considering neurodivergent individuals. They have different needs than neurotypical ones. So you would need to listen to the people you're working with. In general, I'm a really structured person, so I'm also like being LR. I also learned a lot about how to forward information because I read many emails from the national board or it is an international, and I always try to keep also as president, I try to keep my section updated on what's going on beyond the local level. So you need to find the right dose of this information. But also like it's important to be approachable for feedback and maybe also install something where people could give anonymous feedback in case they would be too like fear to talk to me directly. Like I'm a really nice person, so you could always talk to me. But I also know that giving direct feedback or constructive feedback can be scary for more introverted people. Yeah.
Did this answer the question? Are there any more questions to be expected? Okay. Next question.
So how do you plan to cooperate with the Vice President of Governance in terms of like the section care team, identifying sections that need help, that need training? How do you plan to organize the national level so that there's kind of a cooperation between the two responsibilities of the Vice President?
Lena is in Braunschweig. I would say a direct communication between both Vice President of Development and Vice President of Governance is important. So they need to talk often and frequent, but also like in the section care portfolio as well as the training needs, the RCs need to be involved in this communication because they are closer to the local sections than often the national board. So yeah, with the RCs, I would planning to talk anyways about also training needs during the RC time that I mentioned to figure out what section needs, how the planning of the local platform is going. But as mentioned, the cooperation with the Vice President of Development, Governance, in talking also frequently about how the sections are doing is important. Yes, did that answer your question? Why is that looking?
Catherine and V, thank you for your question. I actually discussed this before with the Julius, or the potential candidate for the VP for governance, because I was like, how do you imagine working together? And we also agreed on that it's important to stay in touch all the time regarding what's happening in the sections and how we can contribute. But also it's a lot about needs assessment, and it's a lot about the what sections need from us, because when I talk to the current vice president, we do know from the quality assurance which sections are struggling a little bit more than the rest. So maybe we could approach them first and ask how exactly can we assist you, but it doesn't mean that we're, putting the block for the others, because we would, of course, always stress out that we're open. And if you need anything, do let us know, because we have a big pool of trainers. We have a lot of people that can do workshop. We have a lot of people that can assist and counsel. We have the section care team, and together working with VP for governance, it would be very beneficial to have also the perspective. And we agreed that it would be important in the beginning to also include RCs and see how they would see and expect our work from this side. I hope it answers the question.
Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list closed. Next question by Martin.
Accessible training outside of local platforms, especially in the context of travel times, for the Southeast, for example. And additional context for Lena, because like continuing BNG and a possible new training in France, they would also be like in the West.
Okay. Catherine and V, thank you for your question. Great question. Made me think. So I would say regarding the accessible training opportunities, which is really, this would be related to the training strategy, and this would be related to how the training strategy will be developed then. Because for now we said, okay, it's winter and summer, and we say for this year it's going to be in Berlin both because this is the way it happened, which of course, yeah, I mean, we would need to consider how we're going to do this because, for instance, taking the example of other NOS, they do have OCs from different cities that organize this. Because of course, looking for the place in the middle, which happened in the BNG last year, because I think the plan was to have the training in the city, which would be like in the middle for everyone. But of course, it's difficult. So what I think would be one of the solutions, but of course, please give the feedback. And if you have any ideas, please do share, is to try to find the location which would be most suitable for everyone, but in case it's not, to find the solution on how it would be easier for people to access it in terms of the question.
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for the question. We need to focus also on the East, and cooperation with East and France would also lead to something more being in Southwest. I would like to do a cooperation with East and France because of the action thing. It would also for the international guests, but also for East and East, like the East sections. So probably I would focus on finding a location on East and in the sorry, excuse me. I would try to find a location that is accessible for everyone. I also think it's important to talk with all the RCs about what's going on in their regions to also find a suitable date for most. Yes, but also if you have more input on that, please find me in the break and give me your insight on that.
Question answered. By Nico.
Who are RC West? Many potential RCs do not apply because they're afraid to quit for an entire year. In the West, for example, many of my participants cut their advantage for anyway. So do you think the benefits of limiting the RC mandate to 6 months or 1 semester will...
This is a very long question. This is a very long question.
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you for this question. I do believe that would be something that all RCs would need to discuss about, because in general, I believe for more sustainability in a section or in a region, it would be important to have a mandate that is a year. But if for some reason it is not possible to find somebody who would like to do it in a year, like half a year is better than no one, because we need the regional coordinators. But I also hope with creating more support in the RC community with the regions each other to also reduce the workload and the stress you're under. So maybe also the interested people in RC's position don't get scared back. And of course, as mentioned, I would like to create also knowledge transfer documents together with you, which should be recommendation based on your experience and whatever you feel like is important for RCs to know.
Catherine and B, thank you so much for your question. I completely agree with what Lena said. And the first question is, why were the reasons, triggers, and why did it happen? Knowing why did it happen would help to understand, is it related to the knowledge transfer? Is it related to the time management? Is it related to just the fear that they cannot push it through even more? And by knowing these triggers and the reasons, it will be easier to identify where can we improve this to make not only the onboarding, but the whole position clear on what is expected from you, how can you do it in a sustainable way, especially if you're alone as a regional coordinator, and how to make it so you do not burn out and you can actually go with the support with the national level and of your region to make it and to make your mandate healthy and enjoyable.
Did this answer the question?
Yes.
Next question by Sylvia.
Sylvia, yes, I'm looking. The mayor, your national relationship. and it's continuing BNK, which has a specific topic on inclusion. Do you have any training plans for the winter training, like predicting the bachelor mix, for example, or like at least target we are like Dr. and members?
Procedure, but this is already
name and section.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I did
Like-
that you want a specific size, but I think you already have the answer.
I can quickly summarize it in like 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Lena is in Braunschweig. I would focus on different topics than gender and racism. I would like to focus on mental health because I've seen many, many people on a local level, on the national level burning out. And I think we need to do something because like it's something we all love. It should not be like bothering us. But I also would like to include more about neurodivergence because it's a topic that's often overseen. I think that was 30 seconds. I hope this answered your question.
Next question by Victoria.
To Catherine, what are your main learnings from this NB initiative when it comes to collaboration with the NB as well as with the sections and NB methods, because we already have to do it? And how do we plan to implement those learnings in the next unit?
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, I was asked this question in the GA app, so you can find a full answer there. I'm going to put it short, try 30 seconds as well. The main learning from this NP mandate when it comes to collaboration is the communication, being open for discussions and being open-minded in perceiving the different opinions and different perspectives. So in terms of sections, I always had really positive experience with talking to sections. I had a very positive experience talking to sections because they were all super nice. Therefore, you can check at the GA app how I'm planning to implement this in my development.
Next question.
Could you please could you please compare the current situation that you see for the question of financial and new course with what you want to do in the future, and also refer to not only the content but also the amount of time that you had in the course?
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for this question. Right now, I see a lack of visibility for the national level positions because I know the national level is really, really big, but many people don't know what they do. And I would like to create more visibility to be more accessible, but also to motivate others to probably apply in the next national level because it's more clear what they exactly do, and also put more focus on like being able to get appreciation for that. And I thought, to be honest, about just like 5-minute sections in the national level calls, because I recall being in a national network and update call where the audit board presented themselves and did a quick Kahoot, I think half a year ago, and it gave me more insight about what they're doing, and I think that would be a cool way that does not add too much time to the calls, but still ensures visibility of the national level. Does that answer your question?
Already doing my job.
Sorry.
Next question by Nico.
You both talked about the importance of providing clear structure to local platforms or shell needs. Would you encourage or discourage the quote-unquote internationalization of LPs, meaning inviting sections or members from other NOs?
Catherine and B, thank you for your question. My question would be first, do your sections want the internalization of local platforms? Are they open to this? What value do they see in bringing a person from another NO? Because, for example, if you're talking about a training opportunity and you have a trainer from another NO, which could do a workshop, Sure, of course, why not? It's also the exchange. We do have our German full of trainers, but say if they're not available, or there's someone from another node that has a session which is very interesting and you would like them to deliver it at your local platform, yes, definitely. But I think what first should be done is to ask actually your region and figure out if they want this or not, because I'm always open for new things and to try them out, because also knowing the different perspective of another node, because not all the nodes have local platforms, many of them don't have. We're one of the few ones, would be one of the, Germany is one of the few ones that has local platforms. So this is why it would be also interesting to get the input from the other nodes on how they see it and what their perspective is.
Lena is in Braunschweig. Thank you very much for the question. As mentioned in my portfolio, I would like that the local platforms also invite international guests and trainers. Of course, I would not force it on the RC because like the RCs need to be decided. You need to talk, as Catherine already mentioned, you need to talk about it with your sections. However, I think it would be a good opportunity for especially newer members to bring the international level to them. So that they can also look beyond the local level and get maybe inspired to also go to other international or national events, because in my experience as vice president, newbies are often scared to go to big events like the EGM. They are like curious about it, but they're like, oh no, like, but what if I get lost? And I think if we bring the international level to the local level, it might actually inspire them to be more active also on national and international level.
Question answered? Question by Christian. Sorry. No.
Focus towards making course also motivate sections to focus more on cooperation work with other sections. So, do you see a conflict that could arise with other parts of the sections? Working with other parts of the sections should focus on.
Thank you very much for this question. I think section corporations are harder to organize and of course would also move or shift a bit the workload to section corporations. However, I think it would be important to, if sections want that, again, I wouldn't force anybody to do that, to be more involved in the regional level or maybe also the national level. Because you can get inspired by each other, you get new perspectives how other local sections do something, and being in several positions in my local board, I always appreciated talking to other people that have the same position from other sections, because I also see that as a learning opportunity. So I don't know if I can really answer the question. I mean, like, there might be a conflict, but since it's not forced, I don't think that it would be a big issue. However, I think it would be a good addition to what sections actually are doing. Yeah. Yes.
Does this answer the question? Okay, much for this Q&A, also to the candidates. Thanks. Okay, we will do a little energizer before the next applicant, so people will not fall asleep, do not worry. And I need Becky's help. Feel free to already stand up if you will. Okay.
It's not the first time this silence is difficult. Okay, so can you hear me in the back? I'm to do a little dance with you guys. Maybe you've seen it on Instagram or have been at the EGM.
because we truly believe that dancing connects and that it really gives you energy for the rest of the day. And I think we all need some kind of movement and positive energy. So
it would be really, really nice if you could also hear Becky speak. Thank you.
So we're going to teach you the dance very quickly, and then I'll just go ahead and do it, okay? So we're going to start. It's the hammer. Probably most of you know it. We're going to start with bumping like our hands like this, so the hammer. And then you turn around. Just one more step. Just turn around. And then okay, and then you go to the right and 2 steps. Make them very small, like 1, 2, 3, and then go back 5, 6, 7. And with that, raise your arm. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay, from the top, we do a hammer. We turn around to the right and to the left, and camera continue. Okay. Now we need our hands. We will raise the right hand first, then the left. Feel free to also use your hips. Right and left. Then we do a little shower with our rain with our finger. And then we do another hammer. Okay? And now we make a circle with our hands and we end in a questioning pose because the line is a question. Let's try this again all together. From the top? From the top. So we go. Hammer, we turn around. We go to the right, with the arm, right, left, right arm up, left arm up, shower down, hammer again, and we question. Yeah, Danke, Becky.
Thank you very much for participating in the Energizer. We hope it got you a bit more energy for the next applicant presentation. Thank you again, Becky, for developing this dance and doing the Energizer. I would ask the next participant up front. And I would again remind you to please be quiet during the presentation. Do not talk, do not get up, do not move, do not run outside. Thank you very much.
Next is. All right, thank you everybody. Now I'm a bit out of breath, but that was good. Refreshing. I am happy to present you my application as the event manager of ESN Germany for the next mandate. My name is Hannah, and I'm going to start with some facts about myself. This is me. I'm 24 years old. I was born and raised in beautiful Brandenburg, and I actually still live there in Potsdam. I had 6 years of Latin in school, but please don't test me on that. But I did, I promise. My favorite color is green, and my favorite animal is the frog, has always been. I think that's a very good choice. This is also me. I study at the University of Potsdam. I'm currently in my master's, and I study teaching for secondary schools, and my subjects are English and German. And I also work as a student research assistant at EDUC, which is the European University Alliance that the University of Potsdam is part of. And there I am responsible for internship spot allocation. And I also organize local events for the international students that come through our alliance to Potsdam through our different study programs. And I've also been a member of ESN Potsdam since December of 2021. I'll tell you a bit more about my ESN experience. And this is my ESN journey for now. As I just said, I've been an active member at ESN Potsdam since December 2021. I was the local president of ESN Potsdam from May 2022 to July 2023. I was also part of the organizing committee of the NA in Potsdam in the beginning of 2024, and there I was head of participants and responsible for everything around you guys and joining the event. Then I've also been social impact coordinator of ESN Germany since August of last year. I am currently the vice head and part of the event coordination team at ESN Potsdam. And also I've been a member of the German pool of trainers since March of this year, so this is very new. These are the ESN events I have attended. My first ESN event was actually the LP in Potsdam in 2022, where I was part of the OC. In the same year, I also attended the NA in Darmstadt, the LP in Halle, and the NA in Braunschweig as a participant. In 2023, which was during my mandate as local president, I stepped back a bit from the national level and instead focused on the local level, but I still participated at the LP in Dresden. And in 2024, I got back into the national level when I was part of the OC for the NA in Potsdam. I was a participant at the NA in Frankfurt last year, as well as the NA in Hanover, where I was not only a participant, but I also facilitated a workshop. And then this year, I was a participant and facilitator at the NA in Dresden. I participated at the EGM in Ancona, and now I'm here in Munich. And next weekend will be the next LP in Potsdam, and I am also part of the OC there. And I will also be facilitating a workshop. What's my motivation? It's this. it's all of the great experiences that ESN has made possible for me, and yeah, it's a really big wish of me to make this possible to all of you and to our future ESNers, as well as to international students. This is really important to me, and I think that all of those pretty pictures with all of the friends I was able to make here, yeah, sum up my motivation quite well. So let's talk about my goals a little bit. And I know that these might sound a little bit ambitious, but yeah, I've tried to focus on 4 main points that I would like to work on. Let's see how this works out. I know that before starting such a mandate, I will never be able to know everything that will come up. Yeah, but I'm hoping that I'm well prepared for everything. This is the first point. I called it strengthening structure, continuity, and knowledge management. And this means to clearly communicate tasks and expectations for RSCs and enabling to fulfill them to fulfill those. I think, at least from my experiences in the OCs that I've been with, it's really difficult to have an overview of everything that needs to be done and how this could be done. And I'm really looking forward to creating an environment where best practices can be shared a little bit better and also more sustainably for future OCs. This also includes to improve the documentation and the knowledge transfer. I think this overlaps quite a bit. And I would also like to work on the feedback structure, because I think, first of all, feedback is basically the most important thing that we do here, getting feedback from you guys and implementing it into future decisions and future events. And also I think that many people don't like filling out feedback forms. So I'm really looking forward to finding creative solutions for that, because I know that this can be a hassle. But still, I think that feedback is one of the most important tools that we have in our network. So I'd really like to work on those structures. Why this matters, I put a full sentence there so that I don't forget everything that I wanted to say, and I'm going to read it out loud. This matters because it ensures that future volunteers are empowered with the right tools and guidance, reducing stress and uncertainty, and helping events become more consistent and professional over time. My second point is to build a strategic and inclusive national event landscape. And I also talked about this in my application and in the Q&A questions that I answered. And I am really keen on developing a long-term accessible event calendar for our network to avoid future overlaps and to help in planning for the long run, because I think that it's really important that we plan sustainably and not only for the next few weeks or months. I'm also really looking forward to support very different types of events. I'm open to pretty much everything. If anyone wants to do, I don't know, Mario Kart tournament, please do so. I'm very interested in doing, and getting creative with our national events and doing very different things. And I'm also looking forward to working on a strategy that enables us to plan our events very sustainably in the future, so that they can also last for more than a few months or years. Okay. Number 3 is promoting ESN values through purposeful events. And as you all know, I'm the social impact coordinator. I love our causes. I know that this is a bit controversial among some ESNers, but I really support the causes, and I want to show you why during this mandate. I want to ensure that national events reflect and promote the courses and core values. I would like to offer more training opportunities that link our mission with real-world action, because I know that it can be very, very difficult and that our courses tend to be very conceptualized and not very easy to grasp. So I would really like to work on that and thereby support sections in planning purposeful and inclusive events. Point number 4 is the national coordinators, teams, and communities. So I'm very much looking forward to working with the future social impact coordinator and the causes team, because I think both of those things are very important positions in our network, and it can really assist sections and you as individuals to work with our values and to better understand those concepts known as the causes. And I think working closely with both of those will help us to actively support the planning and execution of impactful local and national events. I'm also looking forward to opening the call for sports and activities coordinator, because I am, to be honest, not experienced in planning sports events, but I know that a lot of you guys are, and that you are very interested in doing something like that. So I'm very much looking forward to working together and to learning from you in that aspect. And I'm also, of course, looking forward to working with the event managers community. I'm hoping to implement regular calls and to enable or to work on a structure where everyone feels empowered to manage local events and national events as well, and to create a structure where everyone feels safe to ask questions and to get help where they need it. And also, I had the idea that it might be a nice idea to implement an event coordination team, because all of those tasks are a lot. And I know that past event managers have done that job, but I want to prevent myself from getting burned out. And I also would like to make it possible to help all of you guys as best as possible. And I think working together with an event coordination team would help a lot with that. One final sentence. I would like to create accessible, meaningful national and local events as well that align with your needs and wishes. And for that, I'm very much looking forward to all of your feedback and ideas. Thank you.
Okay, we will have a Q&A again. Please scan the QR code and ask your questions. Other questions to be expected? First question. Wait. No.
Thank you for the presentation. I would choose something that you said, that feedback, something that we would like to do and work on. Feedback is currently a class assigned communication manager in the portfolio about internal communication, but I actually take relating the events that we're in charge of. It's a really good idea. So my question is, have we gotten in contact with one or both communication manager applicants to maybe develop a feedback strategy together, or is that something that we would be good?
Yes, Hannah is in Potsdam. Oh, I've always wanted to say that. Okay, I would totally consider working together with the communication managers. I think in order to develop a sustainable feedback strategy, we should work on doing feedback very similarly in different situations and regarding different topics. So I would love to work together with the communication manager, and I don't think that I would be able to create a feedback strategy on my own without working with anyone else, because I think creating such a strategy also depends on feedback from others. Yeah.
Did this answer your question? Then Luis. Sorry, can you repeat name and section a bit slower? Thank you.
Sharing community or other community members that have possibly more experience than the manager, they tend to dismiss or refuse to listen to any requests or advices from the manager or even the rest of the national board. how are you planning to deal with the next organization committee that is full of strong-minded people and please do not understand each other and being so just to make clear.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's really good to think about. Hannah is in Potsdam. Give me a second. To be completely honest, I hope that this will not happen, and I hope that everyone is reflected enough to understand that we need to work together in order to create events. I know that I can seem a bit held back, and I know that I can be quite a shy person, but I also grew up with a younger brother, and I am very much able to put up a fight if I think that I'm being treated unfairly, and if I think that the organization of our events is influenced negatively by such situations. Also, I am a big fan of mediation, and I would always, stick to, or not to stick to, but I'm always very open and very happy to take someone in from the outside to mediate in such situations where it just seems that we can't get onto a common ground. Yeah. Good.
Next question. Name and section.
I'm trying to say that the political national board.
Sorry.
So we are in the political type strategic opportunities to use events not just for community engagement, but also as a means to generate additional income to eventually fund external support for essential tasks like bookkeeping.
Thank you for the question. Give me a few seconds. Okay, generally, yes, but in big letters. We're still a gemeinnützige Organisation, and I think we need to make sure that creating a profit with our national events does not go to the costs of us as volunteers or to the international students. I know that we need more money in the budget, and I'm very open to exploring different solutions for that. But it is very important to me to not put a financial burden onto individuals, be it members of ESN or international students who are just participating in our events. That's
Cisco is a couple. In your Q&A, you mentioned that virus is not really a viable event, and it can be replaceable. Where you plan to this, do you plan to have a brainstorm session for some groups with some kind of that problem? What is your concrete plan for this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I personally, as Hannah, standing here, think that Rhine Rhapsody is not the perfect event for the summer semester. I, Hannah, as the applicant for the position of event manager, think that if you, as our ESNers, are very, very, very convinced that Rhine Rhapsody is the perfect event for the summer semester, I'm open to exploring working on the structure and reworking it to make it more suitable. I plan on having brainstorming sessions for that. I would love to have a working group, for example, for a summer semester event, because I have many ideas, but I don't know if any of you would be interested in that. And it does not make sense for me to plan a summer semester event that only I find interesting, because then we would all be sitting on the beach crocheting. But yeah, I was counting on you guys. Yeah, but still, this really depends on what you guys, you folks, would like and what you're interested in. This is not my decision to make.
Next question by Gina.
Gina, as a national level, are you considering support opportunity and budget for organizing local or regional collaboration events?
Can I ask for clarification? Yeah. Do you mean budget support from the budget of ESN Germany? Okay. To be completely honest, I think that this would be very nice. Looking at the current budget, I don't know how this would be sustainable. Still, I am very open to ideas. I think we're all open to ideas on how to improve our budget and how to enhance our budget. And yeah, if we ever had or have the financial means to actually do this, I'm very, very happy to do so, because I think local and regional collaborative events, be it the LPs or Eastopia or the collaborative events of the other regions, I think they are really important and very, very beneficial for us as volunteers and also our international students. But yeah, I think at this moment, the budget, this does not fit into the budget, but I am happy to look for solutions for that.
Did this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed. Next question. Sorry, say it again because the microphone picked that up.
I have not been in contact with the Springbank OC about that yet. I'm looking forward to do so. I know that this is a struggle for events that are so, pretty expensive for many sections to attend. At this moment, I don't have a solution for that, but this will be a priority for the upcoming time, as Springbank is already coming up in November.
It answered your question?
Yes.
Perfect. Then thank you very much for this Q&A. Okay, now we will have a lunch break. Please, I need to remind you again, be here really on time, as we will start with other NB applicant presentations right after the lunch break. Thank you very much. Another thing. Is someone from the OC in the room? Will someone who will be leaving be staying in the room? No. Okay. Then I would say if you want to leave your stuff here, that's all right. If you rather wanted to take it with you, take it with you. But please be on time.
I mean, straight fire and the question. No, they don't have this to one bring the one quite like by it is not normal it's a look like what the last got to you. Find out that I would use that when having the check.
I don't It is true. Yes, there are different soups. There's pasta soup and tomato soup and other soup.
Ja, die Dinge, die er muss. Was bin ich ganz so much an arts. Sehr gerne so. Auch meine Kommunikation immer noch war. Ich habe den Weg beim Lesen aus dem Dreher drin, kann ich das da. Was noch? Important.
Good job, both you guys. Good respect.
Well, I think this is that is one thing. Yeah, we're in the end.
Ja, Microsoft.
Okay, sure, like this, like we talk for everything. I would be like that to the shit.
Yeah, no, I said until but my health was not good, but we were good. Looking guys.
Verständnisfrage, was ich interessieren würde.
Darf ich vorstellen?
Ja, bitte. Gerne.
Mir ist ich gefallen, zwar, wenn ich Fragen stelle, das ist mir sehr, sehr wichtig, klar zu machen, dass Unterschied in welcher Rolle ich rede. Also ob ich als Aussehen stelle und als Sektion.
Ja.
Und wir beide hatten gerade darüber geredet und so weiter. Meinte Nico, dass in der Vergangenheit wurde er gebeten, dann sich die lokale Sektion auszuwählen. Und das ist aus meiner Perspektive tatsächlich falsch in dem Sinne, weil ich ja, wenn ich auf dem National Level die Frage stellen muss, dass ich eine andere Neutralität wahren muss und auch in dem Sinne auch, quasi ist die Frage, okay, worum geht es gerade? Geht es mir, wie lange der Tagessektion von National Level? Und wenn ich als lokale Sektion frage, dann kann ich natürlich ganz anders natürlich nachfragen. Wo man da natürlich dann auch wieder aufpassen muss, von wegen, ja, okay, Doppelrolle und so weiter, dass es so nicht zu extrem wird und so weiter. Ist das ein Problem? Also quasi aus der CPUMT?
Für mich persönlich nicht.
Okay, gut.
Ich würde vielleicht nochmal das Marco fragen, weil er schreibt das gut.
Genau. Bei mir war einfach nur das Szenario, seitdem ich das dann so gehandhabt habe, in Hannover meinte mir CT auch mal, ja, kannst du bitte deine Affiliation als Regional Coordinator und dann deine Sektion nennen. Genau, da bin ich halt ein bisschen Stress gekommen mit einem deiner Koordinaten quasi.
Wer war
Ich weiß nicht. Nee, das war nicht Carsten, das ist sein letzte, nee, war in Frankfurt. Nee, Hannover.
Ja.
Da
war ich nicht
Hannover oder Dresden, eines von beiden.
Okay,
ich glaube Hannover. Auch nicht. Aber ich glaube, das entscheidet wirklich jeder City für sich selber so ein gewisses.
Also ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, ich würde das vielleicht auch einmal mit dem AB abklären, dass ich da nicht irgendwas falsch gemacht habe. Oder meine Transition so ein bisschen.
Nee, auf jeden Fall.
Ja.
Okay, nee, klar.
Aber wie gesagt, für mich aktuell gerade.
Genau, also ich würde es auch präferieren, einfach nur zu sagen RC West. Wenn ich als Westler.
Genau, und ich finde, das macht nämlich einen erheblichen Unterschied tatsächlich.
Ideale Gespräche, meinst du?
Das einerseits aber auch eine Frage vielleicht auch genommen wird.
Genau, ja, also ich würde auch schon als RC wäre ich viel kritischer.
Nein, andersrum.
Also ich persönlich.
Unkritischer, ja, beziehungsweise sagen wir mehr auf Neutralität bedacht. Deswegen war es mir zum Beispiel auch vorhin so wichtig, zu erklären, warum es nur an Jamie geht und nicht auch noch an Philipp, weil das halt immer in seiner Präsentation nicht genannt hat. Ja. Und das halt dann auch wieder okay als IC, aber trotzdem Neutralität waren und so weiter. Und ich glaube, die Awareness zu schaffen, was bei den Leuten fragen, ist halt nie.
Ich glaube, ich bin persönlich fragenkritischer, wenn ich sie als professioneller vielleicht. Aber
I'm doing that because I don't know how.
genau, ich finde, wir als RCs, ja, im besten Fall haben wir auch Fähigkeit, die National Language mehr als ein Local Mitglied. Aber das ist vollkommen okay. Ja, natürlich. Da genau über diesen danke dir erstmal. Ja,
Teresa?
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. We will start with the next presentation. Reminder once again, please be quiet, please do not talk, please do not get up, run around. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Yes. Please sit down. Thank you for sitting down. So, hello. My name is Dirk Brüggemann. I'm a member of the current national board. I started as a project manager and ended now as an immediate or appointed treasurer and worked on the last few months as a treasurer. Besides this, I'm studying and living in Potsdam. I studied until last year. I finished my master degree in computational science, and now I'm working on a master degree in teaching. I also work as an IT consultant, technical support, user research, a little bit of everything in an IT company in north of Germany. Besides that, as a I apply here as a treasurer because I think there's a need. I want to continue my work. I now know how to do it, and I think it would be easy for me to continue my work. And besides this, I think in continuing my work as a treasurer, I would try to heavily always being connected with the AB to think, do I do the right thing? Is it correct what we are doing with the finance? That especially as a national board, that we try to vote about any financial decisions that we do. I would like to try to implement more ways to control the flow of money, because when I try to understand the work of the last few treasurers, I don't think it was really possible for me, because it was just looking at the Google Drive was just a catastrophe for me. And I would try to have more insight also starting more regulations about how far away from an event would I continue to allow transactions. I would say, for example, 2 weeks in front of spring break as a national board, we should have finished all the financial transactions that we need to do, or anything we need to approve. Everything on top, we don't have the time for that. I think having everything, as well with reimbursements, having people asking me 12 months later and so on about, can I still get a reimbursement? I think that we have to communicate clearly deadlines for transactions before an event and how long after an event reimbursements are possible. And I think this lack of communication was an issue in the last few months. And now I try to work on the budget, which I will present later. And for the budget, I really hope that you have questions. I have I try to do something with the budget. But besides this, I think especially with the current transactions, we can have more transparency. And I will also try to discuss with the AB how transparent we can be if there's something we can't share. Otherwise, I would try to just share every transaction I do with the network. And yes, this was then my presentation.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. We, of course, also have a Q&A for this. Here's the QR code. Remember to formulate concise, short questions and be kind. Short question before I start the Q&A. Is there someone that is willing to help with the microphone? Okay, then you can come pick up the microphone for your own question. Thank you very much. Before I open the line,
make sure to stand behind the rows because otherwise the sound is not good. Okay, your question.
For reimbursements for both other engineers and now for the participation committee members of the Intermediate Germany. All the good idea and go solve some of those problems.
Yes, I see.
Are there more questions to be expected?
Go on, please.
Middle. Okay. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you for jumping in further. What do you think is going to be the biggest and most important things you will need to take after globally assuming the position in the coming days?
I think the biggest thing right now, which will be later on the agenda, would be like the budget that we when we later discuss the budget, that we hopefully, or that I get critical questions and can update my budget. Besides this, with the new national board, I think immediately the biggest challenge would be to try to educate my colleague or future colleagues, if I get elected, how specific taxes work, how to create events on prefix, how to generate invoices. Like, I will do a lot of these things, but depending on the event, depending on the situation, also my colleagues can and should do that. And for this, it's relevant that they have all the information, that I try to educate them with my current knowledge and the knowledge I will gain in the future, so that mistakes like the new creation of invoices can be avoided.
Did this answer your question? Next question.
Being a national board, and my question is about the business and finance community. As a project manager, you were also part of the business and finance community. Was there any particular reason you didn't actively take part in the community or attend the meetings?
I would say the particular reasons would be just that I would have to add too many meetings on my agenda already, so that I not had enough time to already also participate in the meetings of this community.
Did this answer your question? Reaction? Wait. Name and section?
Will this happen in the future that will be regular meeting?
This question was on the GA.
This question was answered on the GA app already. So I would ask you to take a look there. Are there any more questions to be expected? Sorry?
Can I make a question?
You will need to write it. Are there any more questions to be expected? Okay, your question?
What your friend view on partnerships that we can have? We will be part of the portfolio, would be interesting to know how you want to work together with the future national coordinators of this.
Currently, I don't have a strategy developed for these things. I would, as soon as I get reelected, trying to contact the current national coordinators for the partnership, the national board member, to build and create a strategy for this. And probably the thought right now is like finding new national coordinators who will continue these tasks.
Did this answer the question? Okay, next question.
So is there any from your role as partner work? How do you think this work going to be continued in the next MB, and how do you as a federal would we ensure that we apply programs in the MB?
Okay, next question.
A little bit further on the involvement in events. So how do you see your role as federating the plan of national events? Which kind of management decisions, especially private events, should be taken with the board as a whole?
I think, for example, like if we just think about a national event as pretty big, I think right now, like the national Erasmus games and other events right now, if you as well like into the budget where I tried mostly to copy or to edit some previous decisions, I think one of the first things I would like to do as a treasurer is a better evaluation about the process. Where the decisions that made before the events and what was the exactly money flow after the event. And I think as a treasurer, there is like for these national events always a head of finance for the event itself, which is for the event itself often a better overview about the finances. As a treasurer, I think my role is always being in contact with the head of finances of the event and trying to check if everything is okay before and after. And with the financial decisions as a whole, I think whenever possible, like the whole board should make decisions about, like, not necessarily which brand of certain products should be bought, but like which money should be spent in which way.
Does this answer your question? Are there more questions to be expected? Okay, I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed. Next question.
Taking event to raise funds for national organization, or does the ratio may get more money?
I will try to with the second part first. For the moment, I'm uncertain how big the profit for Spielberg is, and so I'm not certain about this. But I think in general, if I look at our income outcome, I think it would be great to have a second national event with possible low effort maximum profit. But this is something a board would have to make decisions and to work on.
Does that answer your question? Okay, next question.
Yes. So just because often it helps people also to better get their views in advance, to understand what are the ideas in the end for the solution.
Yes, thank you for your question. There were like two thoughts behind this, or like one situation and one thought. First, I thought it would not be necessary to present myself with a big presentation, but this was more of a one part of a thought or more explanation for myself. The other thing was more, I had no time for this, like with preparing the budget and trying to finish Q1 of 2025. I had not the time to create a full, beautiful presentation, like all the other candidates, like they made fantastic presentations. I would have loved to do the same, but I had not the time for that.
Did I answer your question? Thank you for this Q&A. Thank you for your answer.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay. I will quickly open the door again. Okay. I would propose to change the agenda with one thing. I would move the Energizer that is planned for now to the block after the next break, because I think we would more benefit from it in the next break, and we just had lunch. Are there any objections to the change? Okay, perfect. Then I would ask Yvonne to the front. She's here. Okay, then give me 1 minute and I will check. Ja, Ton funktioniert, ne? Ich werde das Volumen einsetzen. Es wird eigentlich zu laut sein. Also, damit kannst du füttern. 10 Minuten. Ja.
Okay. Hello, I'm Svenja and I'm applying for the communication manager position for the next mandate of EASE in Germany. So a little bit about myself, for the ones who don't know me, I'm 23, I'm originally currently on the DEPR team. My home section is EASE and HTW Dresden, and fun fact, I actually never went on an Erasmus or didn't get the chance, but I did live abroad for 3 years. I'm doing my bachelor's degree in graphic design and finishing that earlier next year. And I also have a lot of work experience in marketing, and I worked with different companies, for example, Mindbox, Datum, and also Audi. It's now coming to my EASE journey. So I started in 2022 when I joined the section EASE in HTW Dresden. I immediately became communication manager. Since our section is pretty small, we didn't have one at the moment, so I took over that role. And after 2 months, I got elected as vice president, and in both roles, I stayed for 2 years until I joined the DDEPR team. I was also a helper at the local platform in Dresden and also the National Assembly that we hosted there. And I was also part of the OC Spree Break last year. I don't know who was here at Spree Break. Amazing. I was part of the communication team in the beginning and then also of the program team. I participated in many EASE events. I was able to go to the EGM in Seville and also the one in Ancona. I attended many NAs and also local platforms. And as I said, I'm part of the DEPR team. Now a little bit to show you about my experience. So in the DEPR team, I'm part of the graphics committee, so I help create graphics for social media. I also helped creating our national stickers, and always you probably see me at the events with a phone or a camera to take pictures and videos of our events that we can share with the network, so you have content that you can also work with. Oh, and I was also able to host the work. Yes, about my work in my local section. I took over the social media management. I was able to build a small team. We were 3 people. Since we're small sections, we didn't have many more people, but it worked pretty well. I also oversaw the general team organization of our section and helped also with our merch design and other graphics. Also able to design the tote bags. I also saw a few of you have your tote bags with you, so that's amazing. I co-helped organize the flag parade together with Gina to make sure the helpers know where they have to go and what their position is. And I also was able to create the presentation for the opening ceremony. Now I'm going to be coming to the vision I would have for our national organization as communication manager. So I want to create communication that works within the local sections and outside of the network as well. I want to make us visible to other NOs and also people who are maybe not in the Erasmus Student Network to showcase what we're doing and the work that the sections are doing. To explain a little bit about visibility and external communication. I want to start with different campaign formats because right now I feel like we have an amazing social media presence, but I want to showcase the work that the sections are doing, that you are doing, because that's what the national organization is about. And I want to work with the local sections and maybe start formats like section of the month or what happened at this event or maybe also team building events. As I said, I want smaller and local events. I also will boost the visibility of our national events, for example, Spree Break. At the last Spree Break, we did have a speaker from the European Parliament, and we were also featured on the website of the European Parliament, which gave us a lot of visibility also outside of our network, which was amazing, and I want to really build on that. I want to cooperate with other NOs because I feel like we didn't really take advantage of that yet. And I also talked to the communication manager of EASE in Italy and also Switzerland, and they are happy to collaborate with us. And of course, I want to keep the LinkedIn and our website content alive and up to date. Community and coordination. I want to keep our amazing WhatsApp community as an informal channel. I think it's really good that we can exchange quickly about what other topics that are going on in the sections and also, of course, send fun memes. So I want to keep that, but as an informal chat. I actually want to introduce monthly communication manager calls. I want to introduce it because right now I feel like our communication manager community is not as active, and I want to increase that and help with that. So I think monthly calls would help. So for once that the PR team and me can showcase what we did and what PR packages, for example, are coming up, and to remind them about when they can post about that. And then also I want to create a space where the sections can exchange ideas and also talk about struggles that they have and maybe help each other with that. Of course, if there are sections who don't want to take part in the calls, I would offer Q&A sessions or one-on-one sessions to help with that as well. I will continue the Vim streaming and also would like to try and guide it because, yes, Vim is a hard topic in our network, but it doesn't mean you can't be creative with it, so yes. And of course, I want to maintain and strengthen our amazing PR team, which has now 6 amazing members, and I talked to all of them, and most of them want to keep going, and I would like to even make it maybe bigger if there are people interested. It would be amazing, because right now I think our structure is amazing, and I think we should keep going with that. Structure and support. I want to restructure or drive or clean it up because I feel like most sections are a little bit lost where to find packages, PR packages and materials. So I want to work on that. And also I want to create an onboarding kit for communication managers because sometimes there is no one in that position before and then someone joins and takes over the position and is a little bit lost. Where to find PR packages, what the visual identity manual is. So I want to create a little guide or a kit that will contain the most important information. And I also want to really focus on the IT team. I know there is one right now. Since this is a new part of the portfolio of the communication manager, I would like to focus on that. I already talked to several people who are interested in joining this team to help me support and also keep the IT community in East and Germany active and support the sections where they need help. On clarity. So I know you sections get a lot of emails and I don't want to overwhelm and overload you with anything, but yes, it's really important that the national board keeps focus on what information they have to share and what maybe can be a little bit reduced. And now about my motivation. And sometimes it's hard to put it into words, but I really think it's the network. I learned in my past 3 years so much from the people who I met to workshops I attended, and I kind of want to give back because I feel like I'm right now in a position where I have the knowledge to give back and help the network grow where it can grow. And I would like to show something because sometimes words are not enough to show where my motivation comes from. I hope this works. Where's the sound? This works. Yes, so I think this showcased pretty much where my motivation comes from because I really love the network and I want to help it grow. And yes, thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Oh.
Das Mikrofon wichtig sind, mitsprichst. 10 Minuten Zeit. Weil da sind da die Kisten zeigen können. Ich versuche dir zu zeigen, zu viel. Meine Hälfte. Okay, sonst machen zu Olli. Die Zeit. Kann er dann zeigen, wenn ich sie zeige? Drücke ich einfach Leertaste. Okay, dann kannst du schon her. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for waiting. Thank you, Svenja, for stepping in. I'm very sorry.
Can you just speak? Okay, I'll try to speak a bit louder. I'm not the loudest speaker, I would say. I hope you're all enjoying the NA so far. Well, if not, we're lucky. I'm not applying for event manager, but communication manager. So if you didn't know, I'm once again applying for the position of communication manager. You probably guessed how it went last time because our current one is Katrin. So a bit about me, what you maybe don't know. So, well, I'm Yvonne, that you do know. I'm 26 years old. I'm from a tiny town near Hamburg, but my home section is ESM Mesa Munich, here in this great city. The flags disappeared, but well, I did my Erasmus year in Lancaster in the UK and then did my whole master's in Uppsala in Sweden. We also have Ashwat here. I don't know if he's, yes, there. He's from my section. He was one of our first members. I'm so happy he's here. And my favorite food are summer rolls. We always make them when I'm home at my parents', and we also make them for Christmas because nobody objects when I say I want summer rolls. So a bit about my ESN journey, how I Mesa in October 2019, so it's been quite a while. I did my first mandate as PR manager in 2022, and then went to ESN Sweden, so I wasn't that active in Mesa anymore. Oh yeah, I also went to the NA in Darmstadt, that was my 2023, on the social media team with Lena as my team coordinator. On the social media team with Lena as my team coordinator, who's also sitting here. And then since October 2024, I've been ESM Mesa's PR manager again, this time together with another person. And yeah, we work together with our creative manager as well. And maybe the next step will be ESN Germany's national communication manager. So why am I what's my experience for this position? So I have a bachelor's degree in media informatics, which I did here in Munich, and then my master's in human-computer interaction, where I also took courses like social media design and communication, and then cross-media design and production, and also introduction to privacy and GDPR, which I think is a really important topic, especially with digitalization and data privacy. And then also I worked for 3 years at a communication agency during my studies, where I did graphic design, animations, videos for websites and social media for our different customers, and also did a bit of website maintenance. And also, of course, I have ESM Mesa on my portfolio. There we mostly focus on advertising our events and promotion campaigns for our events, mostly for the bigger trips, like weekend trips and parties, where we start like a week or a few days before to create a hype, advertise it early in advance, and usually they're sold out super quick because people just know that's when we're open for sales and they're gone quickly, and it's been really successful. We also post some useful information like our Munich survival guide, and of course event recaps like reels or pictures. Yeah, and if you want to follow us on Instagram, it's at ESN Mesa. We're currently the most followed section in ESN Germany. We're very proud of that. Yeah, and why do I want to become a communication manager? Of course, because of the people and all the friends here and the whole community. There's so many amazing people. We're all like very like-minded. We're very open, want to have fun, and we make amazing memories together at EGM and ACE, other national, international events, but also our local events. They are just amazing, and I'm so happy to be part of it. So what's my vision for my mandate? So my main points are section support, internal communication, and communication strategy, mostly for external one in this case. For the section support, my main part are the community calls. I've mentioned that in my Q&A quite a lot. It was there when I first started as communication manager in my section in 2022, and it's been such a great place for me because back then I did it alone and I didn't really know how to do it and what to do, but it was such a great place to exchange with other communication managers, work on projects, exchange ideas, also just like knowledge, best practices, and I think that's such a great thing we should introduce again. Also, we could work on campaign collaborations, for example, promote certain events in certain areas. Sections can work together. We can discuss all that. Also take off some workload off each other because I know we're all busy. ESN is not our full-time job. We're just volunteers and mostly students are working while we're also volunteering. So we can all help each other out. And also with the media kits, I want to help with that too. Like, provide information that's useful, that people can use, but also editable templates. So the design workload isn't as hard. Also, I know some communication managers are struggling because they are the only ones, or they have a lot to do, or maybe the section doesn't really have a communication manager and someone else from the board just taking over, and of course the time's limited. Then also how-to guides, like one for externally. So for example, like create a how to survive in Germany guide that sections can use and edit to their likings, but also how-to guides, for example, how to use Canva if they want to use that, or what other editing softwares there are if you want to use them. And also feedback and guidance. I want to be able to give feedback and guidance to the sections if they have any problems, but of course I'm also happy for the sections to come to me and tell me what they want to do or what I can do better. Yeah, and then for communication, I've heard a lot that there are a lot of informations and a lot of emails. It's quite a lot to get through. Not all the information is relevant to everyone. So I want to work on that, perhaps with a weekly digest. If it's not an urgent thing, just have like short information where you can follow up on a link and read more about it. Also, if it is a longer email, have like a TLDR, like too long didn't read in the beginning, where you just summarize the email, what it's about, clearly label them so people can see, okay, this part of ESN just sent that email is relevant to this person without having to read through the whole email. Also, I want to organize the Slack workspace. I know, unfortunately, not all of us can be in there right now. It's mostly the boards, but also just for the boards or presidents to find information on behalf of their sections. We just had a restructuring, for example, in our communication committee. So now I personally know where to find all the information. I don't have to ask, and I feel like in RNO that's not the case just yet. There is a lot of information, but it would be really nice to be able to find it a bit easier. Yeah, and then also feedback rounds, of course, within the national board, with the sections, with the people. Of course, everybody can come to me personally. We can all create a safe environment, respectful environment, but also anonymous feedback, because I also understand maybe you don't want to confront the person directly. That's also strategy. So tailor communication for different audiences, like younger people use social media a lot. Then also for the universities, for example, it's more professional on LinkedIn. I want to strengthen the press and public relations, like press releases on LinkedIn and our website, and see our website as like main information hub. So anyone who's interested in ESN and wants to know more, they can go there and find the information, just make information more accessible in general, like finding it more easily, but also accessible in the sense for people with disability, that they can find it easily and read it. And offline visibility is a small point, for example, like magazines or at fairs. I want to look into options for that as well. And Katrin already sent the survey with some designs in case you haven't seen yet. If whatever happens and she doesn't manage to order it yet, I definitely want to get some merchandise. Not exactly this one, this is just a mock-up, but I definitely want to make it environmentally friendly. So yeah, that's definitely not off the table. Thanks so much for your presentation. If you need anything, contact me, follow me on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, you saw this already? Oh, no. We will now do A again, of course.
Yep.
All right. The first question is already here. Just again, as always, as a quick reminder, ask concise questions. Tell when you type the questions who you're referring to, and always be kind. Okay, the first question.
We connect. And what I
Thank you so much for the question. Where are you? Ah, up there. Okay. So yes, I do understand the workload. I had a call with the current IT manager. He explained to me what responsibilities need to be taken over. And also, as mentioned in the GA app and also in my presentation, I want to really focus on the IT team. And also I want to remember in the portfolio, it says to oversee the IT, and I think in team management and project management, I'm really knowledgeable and am able to take on that responsibility. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, as Sonja said, like it's more about overseeing it. We don't have to do the actual job ourselves, even if there is no IT coordinator in the end. But I also talked to the IT manager right now, and I also talked to him what needs to be done in like what are the tasks that have to be done in case we don't have an IT coordinator right away. And I mean, I did study media informatics. I would say I'm not illiterate when it comes to IT. So I think I will manage to do the tasks, like just a bit of reading and working on there. I can understand it and oversee it, and also help the IT coordinator, hopefully.
Question answered? Here, the next question, I will quickly open the door as I forgot before. I think next time we need to hire a doorman. Okay, next question.
So, out. I feel that reflection and you would not even know it. And somehow I am also understand why we need this.
They both actually answered this question on the GA app, so I would ask you to look there. Okay, next question.
I have a question to say, and very good country national board. So you were in national level, the volunteer system of PIT. So I would like to ask you what is something that you learned during this year that you would like to bring forward to your medical case of the
Thank you so much for that question. Svenja is in HGW Dresden. So I think the main thing I learned during my time is that communication is key. Even with just having in the beginning 2 people in the DEPR team, we managed quite well, but then we had to kind of restructure and see how it works with more people on the team. And I think we're on a pretty good path. And I think I learned a lot on how the communication works within the team and what things there need to be, like monthly calls, to be able to manage a team with more people. Did that answer the question?
Did you not? I didn't see it. That answered your question? Okay, next question.
First of all, thank you both for the presentation. It was very nice to see them. And also, I would like to ask both of you this question. I know you addressed the branding and visual identity issue in your question, but the question is that a significant part of your agenda is focused on education in the field of visual identity and branding itself. You are trying to the efforts in this area were also made by your predecessors. The sections continue to reach the visual identity guidelines, despite we have so many guidelines and presentation on this and the research. Thank you.
I will again ask you to ask concise questions, because it's really difficult for the candidates to answer long questions.
So thank you for your question, Lena. I don't think sections breach them on purpose. Like, I don't think there's any malice behind it. It just happens because people don't know or just simply forget about it. Like, I mean, even within ComCom, people make mistakes, but then we have the people who tell you, and I don't think that's a problem. Also, communication managers. I mean, within ESN, the mandates are like probably half a year, maybe, or up to a year, sometimes also longer. But especially when a new person comes in and you just get your first position on a local level, you might not know about all the resources there are. Like, even though there are many, that's why I want to make it easier to find information as well. So yeah, that's why I also thought, like, during the community calls, for example, when I want to address them, it would be smart to do that at the beginning of the semester when a lot of new communication managers start. Just so they know the information when they start.
Thank you so much for the question. Svenja is in HGW Dresden. I think also I agree with Yvonne. I don't think sections do it on purpose. It's the lack of knowledge sometimes, and also we're still volunteers. And for example, in my small section, we didn't have a communication manager before, so I actually didn't know about where to find the visual identity manual, what rules they are, and I had to look for it, and it took me a long time till I fully understood that. And I think with focusing on keeping workshops within the communication manager community, which we already started doing in cooperation with ComCom and also with the DEPR team, we can help guide the sections more.
Did this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? Next question.
It's a sustainable. Have you immediately talk with the current communication manager to learn about some of the insights or nuances such as the workload, for example? And yeah, the reason I asked this just to notice because like Sven is in the DEPR team and has a better idea of the process work and stuff.
I haven't talked much to Katrin, but I was in the call that was with like all the applicant interests where we could ask questions, and unfortunately Katrin was at sea battle during that time. But I did ask my questions, and everybody else who knew the answers just gave me the information. And I also, before I applied, talked to other communication managers, of course, like from other NOs, but also like Emily and Jenny, who were communication managers of ES in Germany before, to just like know how the workload is.
Question answered? Are there more questions to be expected? Okay, next question.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I mean, I wasn't gone from the network. I was still active, especially in Mesa, because I joined the PR team there. Because it was also like new to me having the PR team in Mesa as well, and I really liked them. And then also at that time, I wasn't quite sure if I would stay in Germany or not, because I just graduated and I thought about going abroad for a while, so I didn't want to really like commit to something yet. And then yeah, the opportunity at my section came up, so I just joined that. But I already talked to Svenja. I'm very much thinking about it if I don't get elected this time.
Question answered? Are there more questions to be expected? I would propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed. Next question.
Gina, I think I have developed an app for the one book. And also one, if you're young, for this time, do have to work at a peer team.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, next question. There you are.
So very shortly example in our education work. To give you some context about the DSM review, before the COVID period, we needed to restructure the entire network where we actually took out the MR position and gave a part of the international board portfolio to each board member. So the communities were formed and part of the governance structure of each board member and the feedback process to be handled. So with this, the IT coordinator became the manager. My question is, if the position is empty or given a team, which happens in many cases, which happened in my year now as well, how will you then be part of two communities and actually handling two portfolios completely from the manager?
Thank you so much for that question. Svenja is an HTW at Dresden. It is a really hard question because, of course, it's not the ideal situation if the position is not filled. But I think also the national board should work together since we restructured this, and it is a new restructuring. So I would probably talk to the national board and how we can manage it both. So it's not only on one person, but we can split the tasks and maybe also manage it together as a national board.
Thanks for the question. Yes, Yvonne ESM Mesa. I don't know if I have to say it over there. Yes? Okay. Yes, Yvonne ESM Mesa. I mean, as I said, like, it's not our main responsibility since we're communication manager and not IT manager, but it does fall under our part. But if there's no person, we will have to split the workload within the board and see how it works. But I'm happy to work on an IT group or like some people who can help me maybe with that. And I will also be happy to do whatever is necessary for the network.
Okay, next question.
The question is, current communication manager is a lot of work. After the beginning, when you need to set priorities, review the mandate, find what the three main areas of accessibility are in the transition.
So, as mentioned in my presentation, Yvonne, yes, I'm Mesa Munich. As mentioned in my presentation, like one of my main focuses is the section support, and there especially the community calls, and then also just lessen the workload with internal communication and restructuring it, and then also like the general external communication and representing us on our website, social media channels, and also offline, perhaps.
Thank you so much for the question. Svenja is in HW Dresden. Also, as mentioned in my presentation, the first main area of focus for me would be external communication and, of course, also internal communication within the sections and supporting them wherever they need help. And then also focus on structuring the communication manager community and strengthen it even more where it needs help.
Did it answer your question?
No, but it's
Next question.
Which also implies, for example, the utilization of sections, which now also is part of the digitalization of the IT portfolio. How do you see the coordinator dynamics work between the coordinator and the board as the bridge from the coordinates to the portfolio?
Could you repeat the last question?
How do you see yourself as the bridge between the coordinator and the board for governance?
Svenja is in HW Dresden. Thank you for the question. I do have to think about this question because I'm currently not in the position and the IT portfolio is quite new under the communication manager. But I think as for now, that I would definitely try to look into it and also for sure work with the current IT manager to have a smooth transition and get all the knowledge that there is needed to make this easier and make it a good structure after the IT coordinator starts being under the portfolio of the communication manager.
Yvonne ESN Mesa, thanks for your question. I do know a bit about IT and I've talked to Saurabh, but I think maybe it's also a good idea to consult the others of the national board on their expertise maybe, and then also other IT managers, how they can see it. Since I'm not going to be IT manager, just overseeing it, I won't have the full scope of everything, so I will try to get different opinions from different people who do have the knowledge, and then make a decision, hopefully together also with the national board.
Improve to not overload the sections and then also clarify on how we use the WhatsApp community and then potentially Slack, ESN Cloud, and then emails to have a clear structure of what we send in which community, in which webs. Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, Martin, I see so here in Munich, directed to Sven. Are you planning to also cover other topics than PR in the communication manager call?
Svenja is an HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, of course. I want to make it a space for open questions and also for sections to talk to each other about problems that are going on, not only in PR, maybe also IT, whatever comes up as a topic. And as I said, not only communication managers can join, everybody who's interested from the section can use that space to ask questions about anything that's related to my portfolio, also to the DEPR team. So yes, did that answer your question?
Okay. Next question. I've been told that this is the third question that you asked. Therefore, I will not allow this question. I've been also told. Okay, next question. Perfect.
So you both mentioned multiple times that you're planning to set up summarizing emails to reduce the actual amount of emails. Whether you want to make sure that none of the information in those original emails is lost and that it will still be possible for everyone to reach out to the people that understand the original emails.
Yvonne, ESMAs are Munich. Thanks for your question. So yes, the summary is basically there to get a quick overview of what's going on, who's responsible and who's organizing the project. But in the end, of course, people have to get the full information somewhere. So basically what I would think of is having the short text there and then having a link going to the full information. In which way I will have to see how it works best. Maybe in some shared G drive, for example, but yeah.
Svenja is an HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question. For me also, I would send an email and then attaching the document that has all the important information, but as well as we do it right now, also, I would send a reminder in the WhatsApp community /Slack to make sure that everyone who maybe didn't get the email or oversaw it within the many emails that the sections are getting, so that they can either reach out to me if they haven't got it or have a reminder as there has been sent something. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, next question.
Yes. With the communication between sections or an O2 section and back, how do you handle that with the most urgent issue, in your opinion? And how would you prioritize this in your overall agenda?
Svenja is an HCW Dresden. Just to clarify, you mean the communication between our sections and other NOs? In East and Germany. Okay. Yeah, you can go just if you want. To think about it. Yes.
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of emails at the moment, and I know a lot of communication managers on the local level are not necessarily responsible for the communication with the national level. Often it's a president or a local representative, perhaps, if they still have it. So I'm also happy to contact them, but also I won't be the only one sending out information. So I'll have to talk with the rest of the NV how we can reach those people and see, for example, after section care calls, for example, how the sections are doing, if people are getting the information, because I know that was part, for example, of the questions as well. And if a section is struggling or the members are not getting information, like why are they not getting it and how can we help them?
So now I had time to think about it. Svenja is in HCW Dresden. Yes, there are issues that some sections don't get the communication there is needed. And as I said in my presentation, I'm happy to consult not only the communication manager calls, but also offer one-on-one sessions with sections that need it. And I would also try to reach out and also work with the vice presidents to see which sections are struggling, so I know which sections to reach. And also I want, of course, the national board to be structured the way the sections know who to contact when they have problems. So, yeah.
Okay, next question.
One question is regarding data protection and using the word if yes, please elaborate.
Svenja is in HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question. As I mentioned, WhatsApp community is supposed to stay an informal chat. And as long as it stays as an informal chat and the main communication works over email, I don't think there is a problem with that. But as well, there needs to be a structure and everyone needs to know about that. So I would remind the community that it really stays an informal chat. So there are no problems with the data protection.
What was the reason why you had to postpone actually stated kind of for the presentation, and how you will improve for that in the future, especially as a communication manager will also have to many tasks problem.
Thanks so much for the question. I actually did look into the agenda, and the Energizer was scheduled for 2 p.m. That's when I was here. And then I came to hear, oh, we skipped the Energizer. So I'm very sorry for that. But also, like, with the OC duties right now, it's Julia's birthday. She's not here. We will hopefully sing for her. It's her birthday, so I told her to take some time off, spend it with her friends. So I'm taking over a bit more things. It was a bit hard to manage today. I've also been trying to give other people more tasks and stuff, but there are some things like there's a lot of information that I wanted to share with the team too. So I'm very sorry. I hope it was okay. And I'm very thankful for Svenja, who jumped in to do it first.
Next question.
Question is to me, to both of you. When it comes to communicating with stakeholders, and you only have to obviously difficult because for a problem that you actually talk to stakeholders themselves, but much rather how you present yourselves in front of the stakeholders, or if not yourself, but yes, in Germany, and also how we present our work with them. What aspects in this work do you feel is crucial?
Svenja is in HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question. I think it's really important that in that topic, especially the president and the communication manager work well together, because mainly it's also under the portfolio of the president. But I would then also, because right now I don't have any experience with communicating with stakeholders, talk to the current national board and see how they did that and how we can maybe even improve that, to see how the best way would be to communicate and showcase our national organization. Did that answer your question?
Thanks for your question. So I think for any Yvonne, ESM Munich. I think for whatever target group we're trying to reach, also for stakeholders, we have to think about how we would want to represent ourselves and also what we want to reach with that communication. And then, for example, higher education institutions or other stakeholders, partners, we should we are called Erasmus Student Network, and Erasmus has a certain note to it sometimes. For some people, there are some prejudices, but we should show what an amazing network we are, what we can achieve on a volunteer basis as well, and then show that we can work professionally, showcase our projects, and show them what benefit they could get from working with us or having contact with us, our visibility as well. Yeah.
Next question.
She willing to live there.
Thanks for your question. I know a lot of people like to use Slack for work, even though it's not work, and then WhatsApp more privately, which I totally get. And I think I also understand that a few sections prefer to use WhatsApp, for example, because it's easier to reach people. But in the end, there's just a lot of information, and maybe it's showing them, hey, this is really beneficial to you as well, to have the information organized, to stay connected to the network and have all that information, because you cannot do it in WhatsApp due to data privacy, but also it's not the official communication. There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. Maybe I'll remember later.
Svenja is in HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question again. I see, and I talked to some sections that do use Slack, the importance of this, since we have to listen to the sections and what their opinion of this is. And as my section, for example, also uses Slack a lot, I could help with that. But then also, I would also advise that there maybe would be a workshop or a peer-on-peer call where the community or the sections can help each other, because if there are sections who are really working a lot with Slack and have the knowledge about it, they can tell it to the other sections and then motivate each other. You need to work together to get there. And yes, Slack is really important, so we need to definitely focus on that for sure. That answered your question.
Okay, next question. Okay. Next question.
My question, in fact, last one was figured so my question is actually because specifically in communication and creativity, ESN has a lot of potential for professionalizing skills. So skills that can be used in the workplace as well. I wanted to ask you what's your stance on AI-generated images, text, and how do you want to use AI in the PR team and in ESN general?
Svenja is in HCW Dresden. Thank you so much for the question. This is a really important topic for sure. I learned it also during my studies, since I did all the courses, and now almost everything I learned, or not almost everything, but at least 50% that I have learned of the skills are now so much easier because of AI. But at the same time, I know the importance that the work is done by the people and not a AI format, because I think, and I also learned with the DEPR team, there are so many creative minds, and I think we should keep pushing that, because if we don't, we will lose that human connection that we want to also showcase as a national organization, and the human touch that we want to have. So yeah, I would, yeah.
Yvonne, ESN Mesa Munich, thanks for your question. I think there's no way around AI. I don't think that we should just put in a prompt and use that, whatever it gives to us, of course. It can be a great tool that helps us, but in the end, we should still do the work. But also, especially for AI images, it's a bit critical, because I know there are lots of AIs that illegally use artists' images to train their AI, and I don't think that is something we should support.
Did it answer your question? Perfect. Thank you very much for this Q&A and for your answers. Okay, now, so loading. We will have, please don't leave, please don't set up. We will have a group photo and a break after. Before we head out, I want to say that we need to be back at 3:30. Please be on time, be punctual. And Catherine will just say something quickly for the group photo that is efficient and fast, and we can enjoy a bit of our break.
Yes. So we're going to take the picture outside, but before you leave, so we'll do it efficiently and in an organized way. Luis, can you please come back? Come down. Because Luis will guide us to the exit. I just need to show him the exit. Can you do it a bit faster? We need to end up here. It's where the stairs are. And with nice chairs and everything. Is it clear? No worries. No. Yep.
I would say the best course of action is to actually go to the in one. Definitely just for this.
That's
Und deswegen nach beschreiben. Seit dem Bauernverein ist keine Regel, das muss heißen, dass sie normal einmal klar. Oh. It's not and we can also not pass. After you bring it
There was a few things with
Right, but I don't know who's speaking, so I don't know
because like we did have something with going aside or anything. I don't know how intense that should be, but I also think it would be in respect.
it would be fair to do it for all the presentations. But I don't want you to sit outside all of the time because
What I play video game here. Instead of like, hey, start and then switch into class.
I think this is the last like big presentation with the Q&A, and after that, and also Sunday, it's
Cash on
yeah.
Maybe after.
I don't know.
It was then JV.
Yeah, maybe after EB. Oh. But I don't know, will we present it? Maybe you can look at it. But no, will you present it? Oh yeah, it's fine. It's good. Then I don't know who else. But you can get that. There, the guy with the orange shirt. We're missing Buddy. Yes, gonna present with us. Angelina. She, but Buddy is not here, and he's got like to flip a coin. But I think you will go first. I have to talk about the really. Yeah. Thank God.
Erasmus ist.
Ich hatte den Raumschlüssel an Luis weitergegeben vom OC. Für den Raum da.
Das ist wieder da. Action.
Okay, thank you very much. The next point on the agenda is the NA applications. But before we start, Teresa will quickly say something, and then we have the two applicants. Did you want to say anything about that?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for being on time back from the break. I think it was on time. I haven't checked the time. Hopefully it's on time. Now we have the two applications from the NAOC. We have here ESN Dortmund. The other application is from ESN Göttingen. Both applications were received yesterday. Since the deadline was midnight, both of them are within the deadline and both of them are valid applications. However, I have to make an announcement or say some things about the application from ESN Göttingen, and it's that in the open call there were a series of dates that were given as options for the NA to be organized, and the date proposed by ESN Göttingen is outside of these dates. So not only is it outside of the options given, but it's at the same weekend that the national training days are organized. The email has not been sent out yet about the national training days. However, it was announced at the network and update call, and the venue is already booked. And the third thing, you might have seen it in the chat, is that ESN Dortmund handed in the application and the budget downloaded in an email, and ESN Göttingen sent a link to the budget, and the budget has been modified today after the deadline. So any modifications will not be taken into account because it would not be fair for ESN Dortmund, and the application cannot be, and the application cannot be changed after the deadline. It has to be final.
Name and section.
Issues to clarify things about national training day with the process of events as well, whatever was asked for Friday when I was not there. Yeah, I think it would take like 5 to 10 minutes without Q&A.
What do you say?
So, this means this is an official proposal to add another point to the agenda, so we have to vote on that. And we need a third, 1/3 of you have to approve it, so it's added to the agenda. Therefore, I would ask my two lovely scrutineers to come to the front. So, did everybody got what Margarita was proposing, or should we repeat that? Margarita, can you come in front and...
Margherita, National Training Coordinator, I would like to propose to add a point to the agenda of the duration of 10 minutes presented by me, where I can give you all some clarifications on the dates for the national training days and the process through which these dates have been chosen and the venues have been booked and the topics for the national training days. I hope you want to hear them.
Okay. So now we will vote if we will approve this added point to the agenda. So everybody who approves this point be added to the agenda, please raise your voting device now. $33? Yeah. Thank you, you can lower it. If you don't approve this point be added to the agenda, please raise your voting device now. If you would like to abstain, please raise your voting device now. Two. Two. That doesn't work out. So we have to redo that. So again, who approves this point be added to the agenda, please raise your voting device now. Witten, can you please point that more to us so it's easier? Thank you. $35, 35. Thank you. Lower it. If you disapprove this change of the agenda, please raise your voting device now. If you would like to abstain, please raise your voting device now. 1. Okay. Thank you. Therefore, this change of the agenda is approved and we can continue. Thank you. And thank you to my two lovely scrutineers.
It's your presentation. Then it's your presentation.
Yeah.
You have 15 minutes, so remember to stand like in front so that Mike picks it up. Okay, so we're starting now.
Ich hab's gar nicht.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Ed. Oh. Hi, everyone. How are we doing? Okay, so yeah, we recently decided to do an application for Autumn NA 2025. Yeah, we are ESN Dortmund. This is Olli, I'm Maisa, and this is Angelina. And we're gonna tell you more about Dortmund and our application. So let's get to know each other. So our ESN section is since 1999. Yeah, we are, or a lot of pictures of us. We are a diverse, dynamic, and dedicated team of around 20 volunteers. And we are award winners. Yeah, we won the Social Impact Award last NA. You might ask, why Dortmund? Why did we apply? The last time Dortmund hosted an NA, it was called an NP, and it was in 2015, so it's been a whole decade. So I guess it's time!
And you might ask yourself, why should I go to Dortmund? Well, some of the reasons why Dortmund is perfect. Of course, for WNA. Well, us.
the most important point. Well, you already met Oli, Mais, and me. You also see Ahmad, he's the vice head of VOC, and our loveliest OC Raja. She sadly couldn't join us, but she's so lovely. You will love her, literally. So, beautiful city. Like Dortmund, you might think, Dortmund, rural area, really. Lot of coal mines and steel plants, but we have also beautiful places which were rebuilt actually from a rural area and now are used as museums or art galleries. Also, for example, the Phoenixsee, it was all steel till like I think 25 years ago. And now look at this beautiful artificial sea on which you can enjoy the sunset. Isn't it beautiful? I think it's amazing. For example, our Dortmund U, which has art galleries and parties inside. Well, Phoenix de Lumière, the second famous one, I think which you should visit is the Brewery Museum. And I'm so sorry for all the Bayern Munich fans, but Signal Iduna Park is in Dortmund, and it's the largest stadium in Germany. Thanks for that. And of course, where will be the VNA hosted is on our campus, and a vibrant campus full of life. It's Dortmund is home to 3 universities: FH Dortmund, TU Dortmund, and we have also another one. ISM, of course, how could I forget that? But what is the highlight? The highlight is Henry, the campus cat. If you're lucky enough, and I bet you will get to know him. And we have a sky train. Woo!
Okay, so now we move to the hostel and the venues. It's where we're gonna have our NA, hopefully. So for the hostel, we picked A&O hostel. It will be like 4 to 6 bedrooms, breakfast included, of course. It's located in the city center, which is like a very central location. It's 7 minutes away from the main station. And yeah, there are a lot of restaurants around. The supermarkets are super near. It's a super nice location. We will stay in the campus north. That's where we what you saw 2 slides before. It's at the TU Dortmund. There's a big plenary room, a lot of workshop rooms, and a quiet room. And it's actually a real quiet room with equipment and everything, with whatever that is.
You see it next autumn, don't you worry.
Yeah. Yeah. And now we are presenting our potential social program because it's not finalized yet, but yeah. So on Thursday and Sunday afternoon, we are planning a city tour. On Thursday night, a student bar in a very beautiful dorm. On Friday, we are planning a kiosk crawl, which is our signature event. We love kiosk crawls in Dortmund. And a party afterwards. And for Saturday, it's a karaoke night. And of course, we have alternative programs, which is a game night at a bar. Exactly.
Yeah. Now, coming to the budget. Be aware that we only started planning quite recently, so some stuff isn't really fixed yet, as you heard about, for example, the social breaker, and also the finances aren't fixed yet. We don't have the partners yet, but of course, we will have made a potential lists of partners and also added that in the budget, and therefore our is still a worst case estimation without any partners, and it will probably go down. Yeah, and there, as you can see, the participation fee for 3 nights will be 149.50 euros, and for 2 nights it will be 114. And of course, we will also have no accommodation option, but we haven't really calculated the right. And as already said, we will. So it will be the 2nd to the 5th of October, which means for all the people who work that it's directly on the Friday will be a holiday, so you don't have to take a work day off. Okay. So,
Okay.
and
The name reveal. Please. For whoever who doesn't understand German, it's real love. Okay. So, see you in Dortmund. That's Billie Eilish with a BVB t-shirt recently, jersey. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And we'll now see the next NA presentation.
Thank you. Is this fine? Remember the mic is here? Tap it.
Hello, people. So, for the four of you that somehow don't know me yet, I'm Luis from ESN Göttingen. Please don't confuse me with Luis. With ESN, me as Luis. So, we finally, after ESN Göttingen exists now for 8 years, 8, but we sadly haven't organized any big event in there yet. We organized one LP last year, went very nice. So we finally decided, let's organize a national assembly. Usually there's nothing much going on in Göttingen unless you are a student in there, amazing student city. So we are giving you one extra reason to come there, which will be the NEA. So Göttingen, some of you might have heard, some probably not. Once there was this thing that, long story short, the army had to intervene because the students went a beer after 10, 3 of them went in exile. But the other reason why you will want to have the NEA in Göttingen is because it's central. Like with Göttingen as the place for the NEA, there's no discrimination in terms of distance to get there, north, south, east, west. Any discrimination that might happen, please put that on Deutschbahn, not in the location of Göttingen. Date and hostel. So, as Teresa already explained, our date that we are playing with is not one of the proposed ones. Why is that? Thing is, we are already organizing this NEA since October last year. We started organizing the NEA, I and Linnea, our local president, during the NEA in Hanover. And we were checking the hostels, and well, there were 2 options free when we checked it in October. That's the problem in Göttingen. If we want to organize anything in there, we need to book accommodation 1 year in advance. And so, because the other date was the previous weekend, that was actually during our welcome day, so we can't. When we finally asked for this date in October, actually it was already tentatively booked. So we actually still had to wait until November to finally get a date for the NEA. That's how hard it is to find accommodation in Göttingen. So it's the Halloween weekend, so that's also what came to the topic of the NEA. It also the 31st is also holiday in some states in Germany, so some people will not have to lose either work or university. So the hostel will be the Deutsches Jugendherberg in Göttingen, quite standard. Most of you already say that one of those hostels, they kind of look all the same. Yeah, what else more? Yeah, price. So as you also have here, discover a mistake in the budget, which actually does not really change much. It's just that this case is actually 11 euros cheaper than what I have in there. Unless the national board insists that we really need to keep the money extra, that I calculated too much in the expenses, but will be 11 euros cheaper, the options with accommodations. It is if the national board does not need to be covered by the participants. In case the national board costs, national board, audit board, and sharing team need to be covered by the participants, actually these amounts from here are 4 euros more expensive. Then worst case, because as we are planning this since October, we have been already in contact with partners, we have been already in contact with sponsors. There are some grants that we are applying for. We predict that they will work well, but if we don't get any sponsoring or funding, yeah, this will be the situation. Again, in this case, 9 euros cheaper than is there because of my mistake in the calculation.
And also alternative, the thing, because also on hotels in Göttingen are extremely expensive. If you look at the budget, you see that it's 41 per night. Thing is, there's actually another hostel right in front of campus, so right in front of the venues, that it costs 25 per night, even if you book it sometimes in the same day. Thing is, they only have 40, 50 beds, and they don't allow group bookings because each person who books needs to have the app to open the door. So for us, it's totally fine if people want to book the no accommodation package. That, as you saw, it's quite cheap, like 9 euros if everything goes, 19 euros or even less if everything goes well, plus 25 per night. Your NEA will be extremely cheap. But this is something for much later if things go well and if we do it in Göttingen. Venue, we will do everything in Central Campus. It's the main campus in Göttingen, University of Göttingen. Because we have registered as a Hochschulgruppe with the university, we can always book whatever rooms we want as long as there are no classes going in there, free of cost. But if something goes wrong, we are also already booked Plan B, also university, but a different area that we don't like as much. But we have like 90% sure we can get as many rooms as we want in Central Campus. Auditoriums are big, rooms for workshops, we can have plenty of them, all of them with all the amenities that we need. Program. It's already more or less defined because quiz night on Thursday, like something really soft event. Friday, again, it's Halloween day, so that's kind of the entire point. Let's have a Halloween party. Venue is also already booked. This party, that's the thing, we are not entirely sure if we can include that in the costs of the participation fee, or if it will be maybe 5 or 8 euros extra. But maybe we can get sponsors for that also, who knows. Saturday we do a kiosk crawl. Apparently kiosk crawl is famous in many cities. Also in Göttingen tends to be one of our highlight events, and also in that night we will have a game night for more of an alternative program for the ones that don't want to go over the city. Funding, yeah, there's the thing here that I will eventually send you a link, because part of the funding that we have, possibly, is kind of a voting going on with the Stadtwerk Göttingen. So we just need to collect somehow 400 votes. So I hope today collect already 100, because then part of that will be used to fund the regional dinner during the NEA. Maybe we can even put a bit more extra in there. But anything else that's not for the NEA, something for later. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we will have the Q&A for the NA applicant. Okay, here's the QR code to scan. Remember, as in every Q&A, ask concise questions, keep your questions short, and be kind. And do we have some volunteer that goes around with the microphone? Perfect. Thank you, Tom.
Yes.
Okay, the first question. Sorry, do you want to add something? No. 60 seconds.
Luigi is in Göttingen. The OC is a bit infinite at the moment. Currently, for sure, it's me and Linnea, our local president, that was also part of the OC of ESN Hanover. We do have 30 members in the team, and also, as we mentioned in the application, if we need extra helpers for whatever reason, we can ask nearby section, well, Hanover can pay the favor, and some other local associations that will help us.
Question answered? Next question.
It's me.
Can you maybe come to Torin with the mic?
Okay.
Use my budget for the local this event. And the venue, you don't mention any protocol. Are you sure that there will be bots with the venue?
We didn't include any social program costs inside the budget. Therefore, and since it's all therefore, and as it's also written in the guide for the NA that social program shouldn't be included. So it will be similar like here. If you go to a club, you probably have to pay entrance, but it will be probably a similar price like here, like something 6-8 euros.
Question answered? Okay, next question.
Or the NA last possible day without communicating the date for.
Which, yes, in Göttingen, because we used until the last minute to collect any information that we could still have. For example, I actually still had a meeting with a possible partner on the Thursday, right before the NEA.
Question answered?
Thank you. I was wondering, like, everyone would want to get out the music on it, because that's not very
Yeah, to say it like this, we will look into that. Those are like right now the first things that came to our mind, but of course, like we will now look into that if we can include that or at least have that as a side dish. Thank you.
Question. Okay.
There is an idea when the national training days were announced, and it was during the network update called the 27th of March 2025 this year. There was a representative of ESN Göttingen present at the call, Linnea Kajsa. So even though you were aware of the dates, why this is not when applying during the same days as the national training days?
Luis, yes, in Göttingen. We also at some point mentioned, I believe, in the January call that we were applying for the NEA during the Halloween weekend. But anyway, it's not that it was ignored. It was like explained. The also is already booked, and we cannot change. There are no other options to change. Feel free to check yourself with the also if you don't believe in us. We cannot change the date. So we decide that it's up to the National Assembly to decide ultimately if they want to have the NEA in Göttingen on this date or not.
A comment?
I'm the international training coordinator. Thank you, Teresa, for taking. I was wondering myself, because as we're all volunteers and we're all doing the same kind of work with booking venues in advance, it would have been very nice if this was raised in a network and update call when this was communicated. So I would ask you all to please raise these topics as soon as possible and not months later. Thank you so much.
So your question was answered, Teresa? Teresa? Question answered?
I'm Annie. My question is for 13, and will there be a time available for the duration of the event?
Yes, Jan Göttingen. Yes, like we mentioned, we can book whatever rooms we want. So we did check the guides that came with the open call. So yes, silent room, we have that written down. Also room just for the NB, CT and AB, CT, yes, to put their own stuff with more privacy. Also a room for people that need to work, or the library might be also open. So we took in consideration all of those rooms.
Question answered? Okay, next question.
Separately, both the offerings for the technical program that is incorporated would be at bars or clubs. So the question was, would those that can't or be around alcohol or other venues be able to participate?
As shown in the application, we will have an alternative program, and it's like a vodka night, and because it will be maybe either at the university or at a bar, but if it will be at a bar, it will be in a separate area, so that I think that the problem with alcohol and loud environment shouldn't be such a big problem. But we will definitely take that with us and look into that.
Yes, it's a question to both. Oh, it does. Sorry, that's right. Did this answer your question? Okay, next question.
My question probably be to Network. Oh, yes, Janis is in nutshell. What actually happened if DNA train days in May? Would it be possible for train days to be cancelled, or who would have to decide on that?
There's a comment, I think.
It's kind of also in May on days.
Okay.
Article 11, paragraph 2.
Was your question answered? It's in Article 11, paragraph 2. Question answered? Is this a yes or no? Sorry, is this a comment?
Yes.
I just wanted to yes or no. If you want to add something, you need to comment.
Would that mean that or would that be in the city of or
Would maybe, or okay, Catherine? Section, name and section?
Perfect. So then would be not have another event which has the same thing. Like if this is not possible.
Is a procedural? Versus. Okay. Please wait for the mic.
Does it make sense to discuss this answer right now? And would it make more sense about the Q&A? Will the training days become after the national training days?
There will not be a Q&A. If there's a comment?
Go on.
Actually, are invested in how the getting an application is allowed to accessible.
Another comment and maybe answer?
Oh, yeah. Like, we just thought that we leave that up to you as a sections to decide, basically. Of course, like, if you decide to have the NA on that weekend, the training days will be either postponed or cancelled. I don't know, it depends on the future training coordinator, but like, cause like that, since the National Assembly is a statutory event, it has higher priority. And if you as a section want to do it like that, that's fine. That's, yeah.
This will be the last comment for this question.
Marketing, the national treatment. So, as far as I understand, our standing order says that the NA cannot happen on the same date as another national event. This does not mean that the day has a priority over another national event. The reason why this is happening right now, as far as I have been communicated by the national board, is because I did not communicate the dates of the national training days officially through the section mailing list, but because I announced them during the network and updates call, which is not an official communication channel, and this was my mistake, I was not aware of this. So basically, the national training dates, I will explain later, but the venue is booked, the dates were announced, yeah, but they're not confirmed yet. So this is why you're allowed to choose if you want to have an NA on that weekend instead of the national training days. After this, I will explain more of how we came to this situation, and I apologize again for wasting your time like this.
I said that this before would be the last comment, so I will stick with this. Sorry. Are there any more questions to be expected? I would propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed. Okay, next question.
This question maybe 2 years ago, it got into your university and your sports place experience. I want to ask, is there like, did you guys plan any sports events or something like that? I'm new to the things I don't get to do like sports events and stuff, but I thought that was especially at that university.
Luis, yes, and just to for clarification, do you mean for the time of special program, so after the or before the plenaries? Okay. Luis, yes, and Göttingen. Like, we haven't planned any sport events, but if the participants wish, actually, it's quite easy for us to organize something. October, the weather might depend a bit. There's that part. But yes, also the hostel is 10 minutes away from our sport campus. So we could even, with the cause of health and well-being, try to organize, like a section did a couple of years ago, some sports before a breakfast or before the plenaries.
Question answered? Next question. I can read it. Question from Justin is in Bulgaria. Could you please send in the WhatsApp chat some photos of the potential plenary room?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Both agreed. Okay, then thank you for this Q&A and thank you for answering. Thank you for helping.
Can I have the mic to friends and move and not have
I would prefer to do this because in front the other mic doesn't work. It doesn't bring any sound.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I made a very quick. Just to have something. Okay. As we have just voted to change the agenda, Margarita will say something about a clarification for the training days, and it will be 10 minutes.
Thank you. Hi. So as we heard, there's a problem regarding the national training days. And I am not here to try to dodge any responsibility or to give you justifications or whatever. But because I like history and because there are many people here that are fairly new to ESN Germany and to the network, I would like to give you some context of how things came to be. So during last academic year, 23-24, our national training coordinator had to resign or rather quit his responsibilities abruptly and because of like serious personal issues. And because of this, there was no training coordinator in ESN Germany from January until when I was appointed, which was like August. And I had zero proper knowledge transfer. I couldn't even talk to this person, basically. Yeah, so that's one thing. And the other thing is, I'm not sure you know or not, but many of you probably do organize team building events or local training events. So you all have experience of how difficult it is to find a venue for these kind of events. To this, you should add that when we're trying to find a venue for an event where we expect everybody from all over Germany to be able to come, we can't choose a place that is not quickly reachable with possibly one mean of transportation from a major city. So, for example, beautiful Diessenam Ammersee, where we do the... when I applied for this position as National Training Coordinator, my vision and the vision that then went into the training strategy of ESN Germany was to have national training days twice a year. This was previously not the norm. Previously, we only had one National Training Days event in the summer. Usually it was in July or August, so well after the end of the semester. And it was shaped as a kind of like personal development and growth for the volunteers, where we as ESN Germany gave back some tools to our volunteers for their personal life. And I think this was really beautiful, and I wanted to keep this. So we are gonna have these national training days in summer, and they're gonna be shaped the same way. So this is ESN Germany giving back. But then I also thought that we really, really, really needed some national training days also in the winter semester. To tackle some more pressing issues that especially new local boards or new active members are facing. So focusing more on the hard skills, how we do ESN, why we do ESN, what we do in ESN. So hard skills in communication, project management, strategy. You have already seen some of this during the NAs during this year. I tried to design the workshop program to tackle these needs. So for this year, obviously, it was too late to book something for the winter. There was an option to have national training days in December, but it was the week before Christmas. And I thought, like, after spring break before Christmas, this wouldn't have worked. People would not have wanted to attend this event. So I decided not to book this. Then there was a big misunderstanding, unfortunately, with the national board because of BNG. So I wasn't sure if BNG was supposed to substitute the summer national training days or the national training days in general. As happened last year, there was a big delay in the communication from the national board side because of everything that was going on in January with the treasury. I don't want to bore you, but basically by the time in February when I started looking for venues, again, it seemed like it was too late. And I was able to book a satisfying venue for the winter semester. A satisfying venue is a venue with 40 spots for participants and more spots for OC and trainers and training team. Those were the dates available, and I'm not joking that when looking at the calendar of ESN International, the calendar of ESN Germany, and the availability of the venues that I scouted around the country, more than 20 with the criteria that I explained before. This weekend was really the only weekend that really made sense in this venue that is at a lake near Berlin, reachable by S-Bahn. It's basically between Berlin and Potsdam. And this is for the winter national training days. Then, because it really bugged me on a personal level that I was not able to offer the summer national training days as I set out to, although BNG was already planned, so we had a training event, I still wanted to provide something to the network. And so this is why we have this camping situation in July. This is going to be beautiful. It's going to be this giving back to the network. It's going to be a very creative moment where we can really do great things together. And I hope that many of you will want to participate and really take something home from this. But at the same time, I would say the national training days in winter should be the focus of DNO right now, because we need this capacity building. We need to re-establish the national training days after the long break that we had. And we need to use the skills of the numerous facilitators and trainers, also from the German pool of trainers. I have to add that in December, I consulted with the national pool of trainers to come up with everything that I told you. So behind these words, behind my words, stand more than 20 people by now that are active as trainers and facilitators in the network. So yeah, I understand that, well, yes, again, it's my responsibility. I booked these dates and I thought I was announcing them in an official communication channel. So I thought that the event was set and ready to go, and I was ready to transition it to the next board and the next vice president for development and training coordinator. I was wrong. I made a mistake. If you want to have NA Göttingen, you can, because this is the beauty of ESN. You can choose. However, I would be really happy if we could see each other in Dortmund and at the national training days. That's all. I don't think I have to say anything else. If you have any other questions or concerns, or if I used wording that is not super clear, I guess you can come to me later in the break. Yeah, no need to further debate this or discuss this in this setting. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for the clarification. All right. We will now do an energizer. Because this day is really long and we have a lot of important and big topics to discuss, it's always nice to gain a little more energy. So Misa will do this energizer, and then we can head back to discussing and listening with a clear mind.
Okay, so breathing exercise. I'm going to teach you how to dance a little bit of Sevillanas and a clapping exercise. Breathing exercise. You don't squat. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. And breathe. Repeat. Down your pelvis again. Down your pelvis. One more. Now, second part, Sevillana. That's not from Andalusia. So for Sevillana, the way you move your hands. First step, you take the apple. Second step, you eat the apple. Third step, you throw the apple. Fourth step, step on the apple. And the last one, you spit on the apple. Same with the other hand. Take it, eat it, throw it, step on it, spit it. Take it, eat it, throw it, step on it, spit it. Take it, eat it, Alright. And for the third part, anybody know what canon is? Like a singing canon? 3 voices? Yeah, so we're going to do one voice or two is to the left, to my left. Second part is going to be this people here. Third one from the front to the right. So, the first one I want you to do this. And then, second group, you're going to do a big pasta. The first group again. Good. Third group, you're going to stomp your feet a little bit. Okay, now, second group. Third group. Third group. Anybody?
Amazing. We all got, oh, I switched off the mic. Amazing. We all got to activate our hands, our feet, and now we're ready to listen and ask questions again. And for the next part, I will ask Dirk to the front, he's here, for the budget presentation.
Hello. Sure. I just assume that all of you have read the budget that have been sent. Yes, thank you very much. I just assume it. It is mostly as well because of a lack of time. I think I could, with more time, I could have made a better budget, better presentation, whatever. I think it's mostly a modified version of a last budget with some inflation, with some numbers changed for specific events.
I was already informed by a member of ESN Berlin about some mistake in between a table and the text below, which I will fix after this event, or maybe there will be more feedback which I have to update. And there was, I think, one of the more relevant things was, for me at least, one of the last aspects where I thought on the long time to maybe save with reimbursements, or instead for the national board as a part of a strategy for reimbursements, it would be interesting to establish reimbursing like a Bahn card 50 for the national level, the national board people, to save a long time money. And besides this, any questions, any ideas, any feedback?
There will be a Q&A.
Yes, from my side, I don't have to present more. No, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We will now have an AB statement on the budget. No rush. No rush.
So, just a little clarification. Our financial auditor, Victoria, initially should have done the statement, but she is unfortunately deeply involved with the cash audit right now. Therefore, I will give you a short summary. We have looked at she has looked at the budget and identified some minor mistakes, which Dirk fixed, and therefore we as audit board can approve this budget. And also as another clarification, tomorrow you as a section will also vote on this budget.
Okay, thank you very much for the statement. And now we will have the Q&A for the budget. Here's the QR code. As always, please make concise questions, ask concise questions, and be kind. And is there someone that wants to help? Okay, Luis, will you help? Or did you raise your hand for a question? Okay, then please write in the speaker list. Yeah, perfect. Okay, first question by
Helen in as you're running with deficit, do you already know how high the current cash reserves are?
At this specific moment, I'm not 100% sure about the exact number, but it should be very similar to the number I mentioned in the budget for when I checked the current bank status. So I think, yes.
Did this answer your question?
Action. documents, explaining how we in world, like international world, then all the documentations to I to like to do there. So the budget should be written or described by the international world, not by the one because the only international world. The one that the international world help the budget or one is alone.
Thank you very much for the question. I would say that I, as a treasurer, or like appointed treasurer, did the majority of this budget creation, but it was not me alone. Especially with the finance audit, Victoria found a lot of mistakes I made, which I could fix. And as well, my colleagues in the national board as well helped me with certain numbers, with certain certain verifications and updating numbers. I remember that I at one point exchanged we and I and reverse. I will check the referencing in the, but I will check later the correct referencing in the proposal. Thank you.
The next question.
Monica is in the room. I think we want to actually calculate and do all this that we request about it. We got approved by the bottom part, but still how
Hello. I think this is a great question. I think the biggest issue, or why there is a deficit in the budget, is that we got, at least in this planning right now, we don't include Rhine Rhapsody anymore. And Rhine Rhapsody, similar to Spielberg, was planned to have some bonus money, some profit, which we could use to refinance other things. In this budget planning, I removed it, and I didn't really reduce other costs. I think we couldn't find any agreement on where maybe to save money, but as well as we have some savings for this current budget, it is possible to remove Rhine Rhapsody from the budget without removing, for example, travel reimbursements or other things. There are definite things we can do, and if anyone has great ideas where we can reduce costs or where we should reduce costs, I'm also open for any suggestions for the budget of your future budgets.
So in the budget, you assume income.
Name and section, please.
So Matthias is in Munich. In the budget, you assume income. Do you see any risks?
Currently, I would say no, I don't see a big risk because I didn't try to increase any income much compared to the last few budgets. I tried to look into the last two budgets about what was the income flow, and it didn't increase much. It was mostly about inflation and as well what are the numbers of increasing Erasmus students. So I think it's a more conservative estimation what the future budget can be. I think there's always a risk. Or what if no one wants to go to Berlin next year? What if something like COVID happens again? I don't think it's a realistic assumption right now. I think it's an assumption about what can happen, and I don't think it's a high risk. It's obviously there's always a risk involved, but it's...
Question answered. Are there more questions to be expected? Okay, next question. Is this a procedural comment?
It's from
Okay, start with name and section again.
informed work about pay and the budget document. My question, I think what we could all for now is with two different numbers in the budget for the expected total income, which number with your approval will be based on?
Do you want to say something?
So I can just say that, like, I saw what you commented, like, and I think maybe I have to talk to the AB. Like, I didn't fix it. Like, I was maybe like listening or waiting for possible more mistakes that other people found. So, right now I can't myself say which we will done.
A comment?
Oliver, if there's a mistake, I would ask you to fix it already this evening and also inform the sections about the updated version of the budget, so we will vote or approve a budget which doesn't have this mistake anymore.
Question answered? Are there more questions to be expected? I propose. Oh, yes? No. Okay, I propose to close the speaker. Oh, sorry. Question expected? Okay. All right. Next question.
I see. It's a good question. I for myself, like comparing the cost of the 25 or 50 and 100 compared to the possible reductions of a total prices. In what a first assumption was of mine that the 50 would have the best deal or like what are the best deal, like a deal between cost and efficiency for the travels of the national board, national level members. But if you say maybe, for example, 25 could be better for some situations, I'm open for feedback.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected now? I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed. Next question.
Our is the minded pricing the more type ticket. Why is necessary to book flex price tickets and not sharp price tickets? Because for flex price tickets you get 50% off, but for sharp price tickets you always only get off 25%, but then a bank of 25 would be completely fine. So why do you choose flex price tickets instead of sharp price tickets?
I have no proper answer, Ramona. I would really like if you explain this later to me in more details.
There is a comment on this.
For AB, I just would point out that the whole bank card thing is more like a possibility which isn't included in the budget right now, so it's still up for debate.
Thank you. Did this answer your question then? Okay, next question.
The income impact on the 50 for the new expenses mentions 53 406 18 or 544. I think we are wrong to make the math. It is then clear if it was with the statutory body, so national board, public board, and sharing team were forward on the expenses side and the expenses. So actually, the 58,700 euros, they call that the cost of the negative trading participant versus turning 3 is for around 4,700 euros, or if the costs with statutory bodies are to be covered by the participants of the ABS, in which case then it's not clear in the documents.
As a little bit like similar to the previous question, I think this is something I have to check. And I think this question I can only answer later when I also have my budget in front of me, the question on the second screen, and try to. I will give you later definitely an answer to your question.
Yeah, a comment? Yeah, maybe.
For the national thing, there was no mention that the office should consider the cost of the statutory bodies in the budget, because if that was the intention of the national board, then both our application have calculations wrong.
Can you write me the question plus your now comment on WhatsApp, and I will give you and then the whole network an answer to that.
Also, please send answer on moving rights.
Keep Vice Chair in the loop. Okay, next question.
Already know national organization. What would be the consequences if the budget is not approved tomorrow?
The answer? Reaction? Yeah, comment, answer.
Yeah. So
Name and section.
Oliver B. Of course, in best case, deal would sit out again and try to put all the feedback that got now onto the new budget, which would then be probably presented in an online poll, and after that, an online voting would take place to find which would benefit better.
Well, for sure.
Did this answer your question? Next question.
Yes. So you said earlier that had to be your old budget, it was mainly just the inflation adoption. My question is how will the restructuring of the board, since we also probably have the active now for less defense,
This is one of the cases where it was more than just inflation adaptation. Here, of course, with 6 instead of 8 national board members, but we had to reduce the rewards for the national board members getting it as a reimbursement. But on the other side, we plan with more national coordinators, the partnership and the IT should not, it will not go. So there will be still reimbursements. So in my calculations, I increased instead for the national coordinators, the reimbursement. Yes.
Reaction?
yes, and those numbers add up, that is basically equivalent.
Did this answer your question?
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, okay. There you are. Next question.
Just to specify right now, I'm not I don't have memorized my whole budget in mind. do you say with this question right now, that you think some current positions are at a wrong position and should be moved?
There is a comment here. Maybe, I think Ollie can.
Merge budget are, for example, the Years in German sticker. So they are not connected directly with an event and therefore are paid to this kind of budget. Or I think also part of the NP release are paid to this budget. Can be paid to the budget.
So I just go with what the AB said. Like, in theory, if it's you see there's a need for splitting out completely, move it in the budget, I'm as well here, like, open for recommendations, ideas, and I would put it into the budget or try to change the budget for this.
Did this answer your question? Okay, thank you very much for this Q&A. Thank you for your answer. Oh, there's a comment. I'm sorry. Or a procedural? Okay.
And me on board, so there are a couple of questions which you couldn't answer logically because you didn't about technology. Where will you share the answer to those questions?
I will try to, like, after this, work on this, and I will try to share them on Slack, the WhatsApp community, and email.
Okay, now, thank you very much for this Q&A, and thank you for your answers. Also, make sure to read the appreciations later. Okay, we will now go on with the event of the month presentation. There is a procedural.
Actually clapping at the end of presentations.
I would not do so. We have our gestures that show appreciation, and it's also an inclusivity thing for people that might have hearing issues or other issues. So I would stick with the appreciation. Thank you. Ja. Warte noch ganz kurz. Ja. Bis sich das sortiert wird.
Hi, it's me again. It's time for the event of the month. I know that everyone's tired. I'm tired too. But this is going to take like 10 more minutes, so please stick with me, okay? You know how this goes. I'll tell you that every month the courses team votes for the event of the month. And now I'm going to tell you why it is a good idea to do so. So we name an event of the month for a couple of reasons. It's to raise awareness about the causes, to appreciate the great ideas within our network with a certificate and a shout out to the network in front of all of you guys at the National Assemblies. It's to help sections find inspirations for events by looking at activities, and it is there to encourage you to register your events at activities.esn.org. There's still a mistake. I'll fix it at some point, sorry. Because registering your events at activities is very important for us to advocate to our stakeholders to show what we can do and what we can achieve together as a section. So, it's really important that you guys do that. And now that we all know why we name an event of the month, I'm actually not going to announce the new winners yet, because I don't know if you remember last time the little certificates that I did, heart-shaped, because I forgot to print the real ones out. I did my work, and I printed out the certificates for the sections that only got the handmade one last time. So I would like to ask to the front, someone from ESN TUMI Munich, from ESN Dortmund, from ESN Deggendorf, and from ESN Regensburg. Dankeschön. All right. This is your real certificate. Congratulations. I don't know if anyone wants to take a picture, but we're posing anyways.
I think Anna is making one. Thank you very much.
Joy. I'm gonna step back here because Chiara just told me that the microphone only picks me up if I'm standing here. So next, Maisa, come here, per Dortmund. Yes, he was the organizer, so not Yes, you're next. We're doing Dortmund first. Congrats. Thank you very much. And then you have Regensburg and Deggendorf. And here, and you each get one, of course. One for you. And one for you. Yeah, come on. If someone wants to be on the picture, then be quick. Okay, thank you. So this is your official certificate now. Maybe if I forget again, oh no, this is the last time probably, maybe, but I hope you still enjoyed my heart certificates that I made last time. But now that we all know why we name an event of the month, it is actually time to announce the recent winners for the months of January, February, March, and April of this year. Okay, so we're going to start with January, and I'd like you to do a little drum roll or clap your hands. And it is in Mesa Munich with their charity Winterfest. If someone's here from Mesa, please come up front. Yes. Sure. And this is actually a very special reveal because I designed some new certificates. So, and I don't think anyone has seen them yet because I haven't had them approved by the PR team. So I hope that. So, because I did them on Wednesday, so I hope that everything's fine. If not, please scream at me and I'll do new ones. This is exciting. Oh. There you go. I tried to do my best. I even measured the space to the border of the paper. Look at me. Okay, let's go on with the event of the month for the month of February. Oh no, oh yeah, oh, I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm very sorry. This is a very exciting day for me. I'm a bit nervous. So I would like to give an honorable mention to ESN Cologne for the Intercultural Winter Prom. Cologne, please stand up and give a wave. You did a very great job with the event. It was very difficult to decide. That was fantastic, really. All right, now to come. Yes. Yeah, sure. Hold on, I'll go back. You did very well, really. Okay. Now let's go on with the event of the month of February. It's in Dortmund again with their Paint and Sip Hopeless Romantic Edition. It took place on Valentine's Day, and it was very sweet.
God bless you, okay.
And actually, I would like to give a very special shout out to Dortmund because they upload so many events. If you have a look at activities, you'll see so many events by ESN Dortmund. You'll also, of course, see other sections doing very well. But I really want to appreciate what Dortmund is doing by uploading so many of their events and being very inspiring. So now we're going on to the event of the month for the month of March, which goes to ESN Deggendorf, with their flea market event for their international students. Deggendorf, please come up here again. Far away. Yeah, it's pretty far away. Oh, okay. Yeah, it represents the time of day, maybe. Okay. All right, and then last but not least, let's announce the award for the event of the month for the month of April, which goes to ESN Munich for their So for April, this was actually very difficult to decide, and I would thank all of you for organizing so many great events for your welcome weeks and for your orientation weeks. It was really difficult to choose because, of course, we all tend to organize very similar events in those weeks, which is because they work well. And I would really like to appreciate that from all of you guys. You did a great job. This stuck out a bit because they did, at least that's what it seemed like, so I hope I'm not lying. But they did, Easter-themed campus rallies with a little, scavenger hunt, I think. Probably, hopefully. Okay, I see nodding from Tumi, so I'm not lying. Okay. All right. And also for April, there are some honorable. It's ESN Halle, ESN TU Dresden, ESN Deggendorf, ESN Dortmund, and ESN Kiel, who all did Easter egg painting events and uploaded them to activities.org. I think that was a fantastic idea. So thank you a lot for that. And please do that again next year, and maybe I will come over because I like painting eggs. Okay. All right. This might have been the most chaotic presentation I've ever held. I'm very sorry for that. It's the time of day. Last but not least, please upload your events to activities.esn.org for a chance to win and inspire others. You have time until the 5th of each month to do so. And also, new slide, if you're interested in becoming part of the courses team, please talk to me this weekend or message me or join our next call, which will happen on the 28th of sent out an official email on Monday to invite you guys. So we can still move the date. I'm flexible, but I wanted to put a date on there. And ask any questions if you're interested or if you have any questions. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Marco will quickly introduce regional time, and then, we will You will be in the regional time and be back at 8. Before you go to regional time, just as a heads up, please return your voting devices for today here in the front at the AB.
Hello, I'm finally back in the room. I've seen a few faces outside for not good reasons, but I'm happy to be back. So I would ask the regional coordinators to step in front of me, next to me, and then we can, of course, identify everyone. That would be great. So I would like to go to your region. I hope you are sure which region you are part of. We can start with the West with Nico. You can follow him and yeah, just follow him. Talk a little bit about your region, about your future plans and everything around that. Then we have Marius. He's for the North. So if you're from the North, North, yeah, then go to the North. I'm not biased. If you're from the East, then we have 2 people. North. If you're from the East, then you can go to Gina and Torben, and they will help you out. And also, yeah, Eastopia, And we have the Southeast as well, which is with Martin. Please, if you're from the Southeast, North. If you're from the Southeast, you can go to Martin. If you're from the Southwest, I'm also here. No, don't worry, we are there. We are visible, of course. North. Southwest will come with me. We will also find a room and talk about our section cooperation. Thank you. You have any questions? Otherwise, you can ask them. Yes, there's a question. Gaming section. Yes, it would be nice if the OC can help us finding rooms or places where we can sit. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we can find solutions, but it would be good if we find rooms.
I would actually redirect that to me. You know where the seminar rooms are, and then maybe we can split up somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Also, for the international guests, of course, you can choose, or we can also form a group with you if you'd like, of course. Thank you.
Richtig gut. Auch das was gesehen, weil ich eines lächerlich. Ich hätte es für mein bevor ich dachte,
Er ist hier noch in der Umgebung. Einer davon ist der Sugar Creeks, falls das ein Problem sein sollte. Wir hätten theoretisch nur die 30-25 anzubieten, aber wisst ihr, ja, aber ich will da man kann auch 2 Regional Events machen in dem Raum hier, würde ich sagen. Ja, gut. Dann gehe ich schnell mit Räume aufsperren rum. Ich weiß allerdings, nicht mal der Schlüssel hat funktioniert, deswegen passt. Ich sagen noch, was ist so auch hier können wir machen. Martin kann. Die beiden gehen einfach jetzt links raus und dann findet ihr mich. Okay. Also es gehen sowieso alle links raus, aber für euch 2 ist leichter, weil Martin kannst du noch voll da raus.
Willst du dich vielleicht kurz
Nico, wenn du rausgehst nach links, da siehst du Christian und er gibt dir dann einen Raum. Tumi, okay. Yes.
Have you seen Darwin? No.
Thank you.
Yeah. Be back. It's always in this room.
I think we will go up for it.
Yes, yes. Yes. Und ich will später ganz kurz mitmachen.